Map for tomorrow, there you go. And then we do move that chance of showers and storms through the region as we get toward Wednesday and Wednesday night. And then on Thursday, there will be another weather system, and that's the one that may be a clunker where we're talking about rain for most of the day. Here's the weather map Thursday at noon. And so I do think with the timing of this weather system, we'll probably have rain arrive early to mid-afternoon and then likely linger through the latter half of the afternoon. Temps tomorrow in the low 80s, a little bit cooler on the Cape. Wednesday, even though we have morning showers and storms, we'll have some sun in the afternoon. Upper 70s to around 80. Some humidity as well. And then on Thursday, that is the day where we'll have mostly cloudy skies and temps on Thursday into the mid-70s. We'll talk more about your 7-day forecast coming up tonight at 9 o'clock. See you then.
Disturbing incident here caught on
Good evening. I call to order the Town Council meeting of Monday, June 6, 2022. It's now 7 p.m. here in the McKinnon Council Chambers. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mike, it wasn't. Everybody just sat down.
Very good. Roll call, Mary.
Counselor Adams.
Present.
Counselor Catrona. Absent. Counselor Daniel.
Present.
Counselor Dow.
Delayed.
Counselor Jovan.
Present.
Counselor Lazo.
Present.
Counselor Marquetti.
Present.
Counselor Ryan.
Present.
And Counselor Steves.
Present. We have 7 present at this point. We have a quorum. Item number 3, consider and accept the Town Council meeting minutes of Monday, May 23rd, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Council Steves.
Well, she was up first, but it's okay.
I just have a couple of quick
Okay,
things.
go ahead.
So on page 3 under Town Clerk, I would just request that said Council Ryan said the General Government Subcommittee is recommending, because it was the whole subcommittee's recommendation, not just my own, on that one. And then on page 5, right at the bottom of page 5, it says vote on this item by roll call. It says by 5 to 7, the motion carries. I believe it should be 5 to 2.
Yeah. I said that.
And those were the only 2 things I noticed, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Council Steves.
Yeah, the other thing I just noted that there's a ton of spelling errors.
I sent over another draft. I had sent an early draft accidentally, so
Okay.
Nor sent over another one where they're corrected. I just sent the wrong one.
Okay, the version that I had was the one that
She sent
Nora
that
sent
one
over most
first.
recently.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I don't know, so if you have another version that's all corrected, that's good.
Okay.
But the version I looked at is laden with spelling errors. So, okay, good.
Anyone else? There being no one else, all those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present.
Mr. Chair, I'll abstain.
You'll abstain? Very good. 601. Item number 4, subcommittee reports. General Government, Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, we have a number of items on the agenda tonight, including agenda items number 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. I will bring up the recommendations of the committee at that time.
Very good. Department of Public Works, Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had no meetings and none scheduled. There is one agenda item tonight, agenda item number 18. I was unable to hold a meeting due to a family matter, so the town manager asked if he could bring it right up to the council, and I was okay with that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Education and Human Services, Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. The Education and Human Services Subcommittee met on June 1st. Counselor in attendance was myself. Counselor Catrona was a no-show and absent with no excuse. Counselor Ryan was delayed due to the meeting had gotten changed from a 7 o'clock to a 6:30, and was just inadvertent on her part, so she did get there at the end. And my 2 citizen members were present, Ms. Christo and Mr. Dyer. Items on the agenda tonight, there is numerous appointments to boards and commissions, as well as 2 appointments to other positions. One was for the landfill monitor. There was discussion on that, whether that should be a 3-year or 1 year, because we know the landfill is coming to closure. So I'm sure the town manager will talk to that agenda, and we did recommend that to come up for discussion. Not on tonight's agenda, but was discussed and moved to council, was to reappoint Keith Roberts as the Veterans Agent. However, upon further review, it was determined that he already has an appointment as the Veteran Services Director, and by virtue of the charter that job description says that he serves as the veterans agent, so there was no need to appoint him to the veterans agent position. The last thing that we had discussed, we had asked that it be separated out to the other consent agenda on positions, was the appointment to the Board of Health, because that was a quasi-judicial. So I would ask the chair to respectfully move that out of the total list of appointments as requested by the EHS, but that's the purview of the council. Thank you.
Very good. Planning and Development, Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had a meeting on May 31st. So tonight's agenda items 22 through 24 are on the agenda. We also have, I'll be speaking to the ARPA motions, items 9 through 14, and then at the end, the town manager's evaluation packet, agenda item number 35. There are no scheduled meetings as of yet. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. And Protection of Persons and Property, Councilor Lazo.
No report at this time. We have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday, the 8th, 7 p.m. in the Veterans Room.
Very good. Chairman's announcements. I was very pleased to be able to go to the Southbridge High School graduation last Friday night. It was held at 5:30 at McMahon Field. It was a wonderful night, great weather, a lot of happy families, a lot of happy children, and staff members as well. It was a well-done ceremony. Obviously, the children had worked hard on putting it together, and it was just a nice night all the way around. And my congratulations to this year's graduating class. I believe I counted 86. I could be off by a couple, but it was a great night, and very pleased to have been there. I would like to remind citizens of Southbridge and the current members as well, the current citizen members as well, that we're looking for submission of interest for council subcommittee membership for the following year, starting in July. And I believe it starts August 1st, actually, if I recall correctly. The appointments extend to July 31st. Right. So we'll need a submission of forms of interest for people who might be interested in serving another year or would like to serve a year on the subcommittees. And lastly, I'd like to remind people that the election is June 14th at the Community Center on Chestnut Street in Southbridge. Every election is important. There's an old saying that says that you don't have a right to complain unless you vote. So I'd like to hear a lot of complaints and a lot of compliments. So I'd like to see that a lot of people have voted. So again, just a reminder, Tuesday, June 14th at the Community Center on Chestnut Street. And that's all I have. Town manager's announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. First of all, I just want to alert everybody in Southbridge that Saturday, June 25th, 2022, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. will be the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day. It will be at the Casella Waste Services Facility at 165 Barefoot Road, which is across the land from the landfill. There is a brochure. I believe it can be obtained, as well as further information from our Board of Health and the inspections office. I'd also let people know that, dovetailing on your request for volunteers for citizen subcommittees, I'm working with my staff to put together a list of vacancies on any boards and commissions. We're working on that, and right now, if you go to the town's website and click on the heading Boards and Commissions, when you get to Boards and Commissions, on the very top, it says Board Commissions, Member Vacancies, Boards and Commissions, and there's the word Directory. If you click on that, it'll break it down, every one of the boards and commissions, tell you who's on there and the number of vacancies on that particular board. And what our goal will be is we'll try and make easy access links to that from various places on the web page, and it is in my intention then to incorporate it into our regular town council meetings, where we can just let people know the number of vacancies. We can quickly read off that we have vacancies. Let's say we have one right now in the Board of Health, and just quickly go down the list to let people know what's out there. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to let you know that last Thursday and Friday I was not here. I was unable to attend the graduation. I was at the Massachusetts Municipal Managers Association Conference and Workshop. One of the focus of this was dealing with the post-pandemic world and working with our staff. And they did have some interesting conversation and dialogue. They had folks from the Employee Assistance Program there letting us know that the impact that it's had on people and how the Great Resignation, the Great Reshuffling has impacted communities, and that people are beginning to look for quality of life issues. And the biggest takeaway was that, post the pandemic, a lot of people's worlds have reset, so they're feeling vulnerable and uncertain in not only their careers, but in their home life. And now more than ever, a lot of those issues come to work with folks. So it's really talking about how to accommodate people and reassure them, that there is stability in the workplace, and working with those folks going forward. So it was an interesting conference and a lot of interesting information that we brought back, and we'll try and integrate it here when I get to meet with our HR later this week. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Item number 7, presentations. The first presentation this evening is the Veterans Council of Southbridge Initiative Brief with Council Vice Chair Dave Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Town Councilors, Mr. Town Manager, and guests and residents of Southbridge. Just as you're well aware, every 6 months we're required to brief the Town Council on our initiative for the 2 parks here, one across the street by the fire station, the War Memorial Park, and the other one is over at Dresser Memorial Park over there across from Oak Ridge Cemetery. Apologize, I could not make it in the month of May, which would have been the 6 months, but I came down with COVID and didn't want to infect anybody else who was sitting in the chambers, especially that long night of budget hearings. So anyways, this is our 6-month brief, and our next one will be in the month of November of 2022 as well. I will keep this short because I know we have a plethora of agenda items this evening to get to. I just want to let everybody know that the engineer study over at Dresser Park has been complete. So we're in the final design phase of Dresser, and we're in the final design phase of the park across the street as well. So we're moving along pretty quickly, and it's been going pretty well for the Veterans Council and the town of Southbridge as well. We continue to brief private organizations, businesses, not-for-profit organizations, not just here in the town of Southbridge, but throughout the state of Massachusetts. We have already spoke with Senator Fatman and Representative Durant on multiple occasions, and we also received support, obviously, from those 2 individuals, but we also have received support from Senator Ed Markey as well. I do want to note that we received in the last 6 months 2 new monument requests to take in. One from the Polish American veterans, who will be dissolving, unfortunately, very soon. And they have asked us, the Veterans Council, to take on the Polish American Veterans Monument itself and bring it down. And they just recently donated some funds to help move that monument down to Dresser when Dresser is ready to take it. Another one, Ms. Morrissey over at the library, had informed me that there is a Jewish monument, World War II monument or plaque, that had been in safeguard with a young lady who was the executor of the church that we had down here. I believe it was on Elm Street many, many years ago, or Everett, forgive me. But they wanted to find a home for that plaque. And so she gave me a call, and we went ahead and accepted that plaque as well. So we have to find a home for that as well, and which will be at Dresser Park. So as we have moved forward, some of these plaques and monuments have started to come forward throughout the town, which has been a really good thing for the town itself, so we can still understand and remember our history within this great place we call Southbridge. We recently, just for FYI, we do not provide donor names or anything like that because we are a private 501(c) in a sense, not-for-profit organization, unless that organization requests us to do so. So if anybody's interested to find out, you can go on the Veterans Council Facebook page, where we have thanked anonymous individuals and organizations, but we've also thanked organizations
that wanted their name out there and individuals that wanted their name out there as well. So far, we've raised a little over about $47,000 to $48,000. We also have a promise of another $60,000 coming our way very soon, but I won't count that until it's in the bank. So we do appreciate those individuals that are donating, but I just wanted to let you know where we're at financially. And we are earmarking those funds specifically for this initiative. So it doesn't go to raising money for flags or anything else like that, or solar lights for the flag poles or anything. It is strictly for the initiative. We keep a good count of our funds. And of course, we do a 990 every single year for our not-for-profit organization. So far, we've spent about $8,000. That went through the survey, obviously our design as well, conceptual design. We will be spending another $10,000 to pay for the engineering study that has just recently been completed the last 2 weeks. We are also going to be raising funds through coins. So what the Veterans Council decided to do was to take every monument that we have in this town, a veterans monument that has in this town, and actually make a collector's coin out of it. So I'm waiting for those to come in. We've ordered our first one, which will be the hiker monument. The next one will be the GAR monument. And we'll see how that fundraising goes. Though it's not large amounts of money that we'd raise from it, but I thought it'd be pretty interesting to collect these coins, especially for the younger kids to understand where it's coming from. And when we do get those coins in, I'll explain what that coin means when it comes to veterans and the military. Lastly, I just want to thank everybody who attended the Memorial Day Parade. I know it's not on the initiative, but the Memorial Day Parade for the third year in a row was a different route. So since the pandemic, we do plan on making it much bigger next year as we move along, but the route will probably pretty much stay the same. And it hits all those monuments within town except for the hiker monument, which will be moved in 2024, or the spring of 2024, part of the TIF project. At this point in time, I'll take any questions you may have. If not, I will sit down. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you for your work and for the work of your committee and the committee members. It's really a very honorable and important job that you're doing, and I know that I personally think it's great, so thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Presentation B, the MVP Consultants presentation.
Can everyone hear?
Yep.
All right, excellent. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Kate Schneeweiss. I'm an environmental specialist with Beals & Thomas. So for the past 6 months or so, Beals & Thomas team has been working with the town of Southbridge to complete the municipal vulnerability preparedness process. So I'm going to be telling you a little bit about some of the background about how this planning process came to be. I'm going to turn it over to Eric to discuss some of the results of this resiliency planning process, and then I'll bring it back at the end to talk about kind of what the action items moving forward are. So, I got a little bit ahead of myself, but the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program was established by the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs through I believe the Environmental Bond Bill. And what this process does is it provides monies to municipalities in the Commonwealth to plan for and then undertake actions to mitigate the effects of climate change. And what this program does is it puts the planning process in the hands of the municipalities who are the most aware of how the impacts will affect them. So what I am is I'm a municipal vulnerability preparedness provider. So I have received training from the state in terms of how to best engage the stakeholders of the planning process and talk about actions resulting from strengths and vulnerabilities unique to the town of Southbridge. So I received that training from the state back in 2018, which was another avenue funded by this environmental bond bill. At the same time, this bill set aside monies for the town, all towns in Massachusetts actually, to conduct what is called the MVP planning process by going through the Community Resilience Building Guide. So that is a guide that was written by the Nature Conservancy that attempts to provide a very broad cross-section of community input in order to reach consensus on the climate-related issues that are most important to the community. So once we have the trained provider, myself, and the town with a grant from the state, the town used that money to hire us to facilitate this process. We are currently in the last step of the process right now. And we're here to present the results of several months of workshops and report writing to you. So the goal of this program is eventually to have every municipality in the Commonwealth have a climate action plan that will help them mitigate the effects of climate change for the resources that are most important to them and for the hazards that affect them the most. So the idea being a coastal community may be more affected by sea level rise and coastal erosion, an inland community may be more concerned about snowfall, tornadoes, things like that. So it puts the power in the hands of the community for the planning process. So as part of this process, we undertook 2 workshops in April. The workshops were made up of, I believe, about 70 individuals from a broad cross-section of the community. We invited municipal government officials. We invited some community stakeholders. For instance, the faith-based groups in town had invitations, and some local businesses as well. The intent being to get as many people come to the table as possible. Once everyone was at the table, the objectives of the workshop were to define the extreme weather and natural and climate-related hazards that most impact the town. We selected 4 from what the state lists as the most likely climate-related hazards will impact statewide. We identified existing and future vulnerabilities and strengths that are unique to the town. Based on those strengths and vulnerabilities, we developed an action that would either enhance a strength or mitigate a vulnerability in light of future climate change. And then, based on that action, identifying the opportunities for the community to advance actions and reduce risk. So this was based in a large group, small group, large group exercise where, as a large group, these stakeholders agreed on the top hazards that were facing Southbridge. Then they broke down into smaller groups to discuss the specific actions. The groups met together to present the actions that they had developed, and then at the end of the workshop, voted on the top 5 actions that were Southbridge's top priorities to address climate change and the risks of it. So the hazards that we agreed upon as a large group in the first workshop that most affect Southbridge were extreme heat, drought, and wildfire, inland flooding, extreme precipitation and related effects, erosion and related effects of extreme precipitation, winter weather and extreme cold, and tornadoes and high winds. And I'm going to turn it over to Eric for a little bit to give some of the local perspective on these issues.
Good evening, everyone. So as Mary Kate said, the first item that we had identified is extreme heat and drought. As you can see by the map here, the National Weather Service is showing pretty much all of New England and much of the mid-Atlantic states as the seasonal temperature outlook being above normal, which leads to things like major crop failures, increases wildfire, and drought. So quite simply, that's where we're at. Inland flooding was a major issue. I know we had the flood of 55, 38 hurricane, and then more recently, we had a 100-year storm in 2015. I believe there was another one just a couple of years ago. If not, it was very close to the 100-year storm. And just last year, we had a storm that dropped about 3 inches of rain on the town in a less than 24-hour period, which is not quite a 100-year storm, but it's pretty darn close. So, as a result of that, we have all of the streams and rivers here in town that are of concern. We have high hazard dams that are of a concern that we need to potentially address in the future as we have things such as inland flooding increasing due to increased precipitation, which leads to erosion. I know you all are familiar with the solar fields on Dresser Hill and the issues that we've had with erosion on those sites and many others here in town. Where we have large areas of exposed soils, we have issues, especially as we get increased precipitation. Where we have things where we do not have proper erosion controls and proper stormwater controls, which leads to winter weather is another big issue. As we get more precipitation, in the winter, more freezing. Again, I'm sure Matt could tell you all that the town has had numerous occasions where they've had to scrape water off the road that's frozen, become ice. So we do have these potential difficulties of interruption of critical utility services, difficulty of accessing sites and roads in town. And, our housing stock is fairly old. And with that comes poorly insulated buildings. So therefore, we have potential risk to our vulnerable populations. Of course, high winds and tornadoes. There have been numerous tornadoes and hurricanes here in town. The full report actually details several of them. For example, the 2011 hurricane, which hit the municipal airport, Brookside Road, Charlton Street, and Harrington Road neighborhoods. I know we've all seen the destruction that tornadoes wield. As climate change increases and we get increased high winds and tornadoes, these are things that we need to try to figure out how to address. So again, here's our major drainage basin in town is the Quinebaug Basin. So here we have temperature increases annually from 13.36 days above 90 to 22.19 days above 90 by 2050. In addition to that, we have not colder winters necessarily. However, the increase in temperature does increase precipitation, which does increase potential for erosion and freezing and interruptions and things like that. As well as in the summer, we're looking at an increase of the number of days that are dry. So as we went through the process, we had maybe 20 or so items for all of the participants to choose from, and these are our top priority actions that we developed from this. Number one, evaluate the capacity of drainage infrastructure at roadways to improve the capacity, equipment, and resources of the municipal separate storm sewer system. Many of our culverts and drainage ways are grossly undersized for current conditions. Never mind conditions that are coming in the future where we get increased precipitation and increased stormwater flows. Action number two, evaluate the capacity and condition of culverts, bridges, and underground streams and prioritize their improvement or replacement. Again, as these items are undersized, especially underground streams that we have that have been piped, Nuisance Brook, Cohasset Brook, etc. We have potential increased vulnerability for flooding. If the Rotary, which Cohasset Brook runs right underneath the rotary. If that floods and backs up, causes a major issue, we've lost a major throughway in and out of town, which would affect access during emergencies and evacuations. Action item number 3, evaluate a moratorium on ground-mounted solar arrays that involves significant land clearing and revise solar bylaw to better protect against erosion. Again, I know I mentioned the Dresser Hill solar fields. These are becoming a greater nuisance in some aspects than they are a benefit to the town. What the town is looking at now and currently is the potential for canopy and rooftop-based solar systems. We've entertained a potential for a canopy-based solar system. Solar carport, actually. And, when that application comes before you, before the planning board, I would encourage participation from, from everyone here and the audience at large. Item number 4, facilitate additional tree plantings through Opakam Land Trust 1,000 Tree Initiative and enhance communication and participation in the program. Opakam Land Trust had this 1,000 Tree Initiative, and they have reached out to several of our landowners in town with some success and some difficulties. We've had some issues with awareness in landowners with having to water trees and things like that to keep them alive. However, we did plant several trees in the Central Street parking lot, and they are thriving. They were watered by volunteers and staff here in town, and this is year 2 or 3 of those trees, and they all look great. And finally, action item number 5, facilitate acquisition of farmland and investigate additional protections for privately owned forested and undeveloped land. This item protects property from development pressure and ensures local food production in the future. This town has acres of farmland and forest that is, just absolutely wonderful. You look at 3/4 of the town is essentially forested or is farm fields. That should be preserved, and a lot of it will be. We have the watershed protection areas and things like that, but I think the town and the state programs and things can go further, and we need to look at capitalizing on those. And with that, I'm going to turn things back over to Mary Kate.
Hi, everyone. All right, so now that you've gotten a sense of what the planning process has been, I want to talk a little bit about what's going to be the next steps moving forward for the town. So once the town has submitted their final summary of findings report to the state, they're going to be designated an MVP climate community. And that is going to make you eligible to apply for MVP action grants. These grants fund projects that were identified as priority actions through this planning process. So there's a number of different categories, but the MVP action grants prioritize projects that involve nature-based solutions. So for instance, the Opakam Land Trust's tree planting initiative that attempts to use vegetation to mitigate effects of the heat island effect and flooding would be right in line with the intent of the program. Also acquisition of land that may be protected. Also designing infrastructure to future climate conditions, not just the current expected conditions. These are all projects that would be eligible for an MVP action grant. They also prioritize projects that conduct outreach to and heavily involved marginalized communities in the town. So we had done some of that outreach as part of the stakeholder process, and hopefully in identifying them as stakeholders, they will continue to be involved in the process. So the next round of action grant funding is anticipated for next spring 2023. To give you a sense of the sorts of projects that were funded by the state in recent grant rounds, and in areas that are near the town. You can see in this there is a lot of infrastructure and stormwater-based projects, which was a top concern that came up at all of the groups that participated in the workshop. There was also projects related to water quality and including resiliency and comprehensive municipal planning efforts such as the master plan, as well as energy resiliency. There was some discussion at the groups of evaluating rooftop solar on municipal buildings. So there's many projects that were in the list, not just those 5 that we presented as the top actions, that could be eligible for future action grants. In addition to the MVP action grants, being designated as an MVP climate community improves the town's standing when applying for a grant in another program that overlaps with an action that's identified in this report. So tonight we are just presenting the results of the planning process. Tomorrow we are actually going to be publishing the draft summary of findings report, which has all of the actions and all of the discussion that occurred in the workshops. We're hoping to take whatever feedback we get tonight and whatever comments on the draft report are given to us over the next 2 weeks and incorporate it into a final report. That report will then be submitted to EEA, the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, to signal that the grant has been completed, which will then make the town eligible for the next round of grant funding. I understand that this presentation is being recorded and will be available online for the public to review. The draft report will also be available on the town's website, and we'll be taking comments for a period of 2 weeks. So if you do have any comments, I'm happy to answer preliminary ones here tonight, and then future comments direct towards Eric so we can memorialize them in the final report. But with that, I'm interested in any preliminary questions the council may have.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, be brief. Thank you so much, first of all, for all the hard work you and everybody else is doing on this program. Quick question, though. I know Opakam Land Trust has 1,000 trees through the U.S. Forest Service and stuff like that. We got that a couple years ago, and I know it really wasn't pushed out really too hard as it is being now.
Right.
Would you have any say on how we can extend that program out as we move forward?
That's a good question. I cannot speak to whether the existing grant sources could be extended, but if the town were interested in taking the MVP action grant opportunity to partner with Opakam and then apply to continue the program, I think that's something that could definitely be considered. I think that would be in line with the sorts of projects that they do in the future. Again, I can't say if the existing source of funding could be extended, but I think it's definitely worth investigating a partnership.
And I don't want to take away the fact that the first year was, it was trial and error trying to figure this whole thing out. And there was a lot of good people who did a lot of good work and busted their behinds to make what they could happen. I do know now they're out at every festival, every opportunity they can be in the public eye. Opakam is out there, so I appreciate what they're doing right now. I just feel that 1,000 trees is unattainable at this point in time, but maybe a couple more years, it could be.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something you could investigate. And I will just put in a plug for the MVP regional coordinator, Andrew Smith, who I think would be happy to talk with anyone from the town about the future action grants. I don't believe they can give input on a grant once the cycle is open, but if you have a question on a grant before it opens up, I believe he would be the person to speak to.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Say again?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
Councilor Marchetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just have a couple of real quick questions. You have here the dam failures, 18 dams total, 3 are high hazard. Westville Dam is one of them. I was just wondering what is the high hazard at Westville Dam?
Good question. So high hazard is a designation that's actually given by the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR. They are the authority that regulates dams in the Commonwealth. So a high hazard dam does not necessarily mean it's a dam in imminent danger of failure at this time. It means that in the event that it does fail, it would have a significant impact on loss of life, loss of roadway, anything downstream. So it's based on the potential for failure, which might include the volume of water that it's impounding and any high-value structures and communities that are located downstream. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Great.
I have another question. On the Massachusetts climate change projections, you have here precipitation is increasing and drought is increasing.
Yes.
So I was wondering, how can you have both? Increased precipitation and increased drought?
Yeah, so very good question. So there's sort of a couple things that are interacting here. As the temperature, the ambient temperature increases, the warmer air has the ability to hold more moisture. So while there is a period that may be much longer without rain, the dry air can hold more moisture overall, so that when it does rain, those events become much more intense. So that's kind of the main interaction. I'm simplifying it just a little bit, but the idea being, because the air can hold more moisture, and because when the ground is dry, oftentimes it's easier to erode than it is to absorb the heat. All of these hazards that were identified are going to worsen. Make sense?
Yep, thank you.
Fantastic.
And the last thing is, I was recently out of town, and when I came back, I drove from Boston to Southbridge, and as I was going along the Mass Pike, I saw that there were a lot of solar arrays on the Mass Pike on areas that are already cleared.
Yes.
And I thought that was an excellent use of open land, putting the solar panels on those areas. So in my mind, I thought, well, why can't we do that here in Southbridge on areas that are already cleared? I do agree that there should be better protection against erosion, but I favor solar panels. I think it's better than coal, it's better than nuclear, it's better than all of that, so why not use solar, but be keeping in mind the erosion problems. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that you could not have a moratorium on solar arrays in Massachusetts.
You cannot have essentially, I believe, what is a permanent moratorium, like a moratorium without an end. I believe you, and I hope I'm not going to stick my foot in my mouth later, but I believe you can place a bounded moratorium, so a 1 year with the intent of developing a bylaw. I believe that is permissible, but I would definitely welcome council input on that if that's something that is in question. I think not to speak for the town, I think the intent of this was to not necessarily stop solar construction altogether, but to direct it towards areas like what you were seeing alongside the Pike, area that's cleared, that's never going to be forested, and as well as rooftops, carports, and not to cut large areas of trees that exacerbate erosion and have a number of other effects, like releasing a one-time, because trees sequester so much carbon, releasing a one-time amount of carbon into the atmosphere. So Eric, would you co-sign what I just said? All right.
Yes, the purpose of any moratorium that might be proposed would be only on items that involve significant land clearing, which would obviously have to be defined and spelled out in any potential bylaw. At this point in time, that's not an action item that the planning board is currently working on. However, I would assume that it will happen in the future. The focus then would switch from ground-mounted solar in forested areas to potentially ground-mounted solar in fields, or solar on carports, or solar on rooftops. There are large-scale solar operations. For years, the largest solar operation in New England was on a building top. So it's only really recent that ground-mounted solar in New England has been a major player in the energy production game.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it.
All set?
Yep.
Great. Council Lazo.
On priority action 3 with the evaluate the moratorium, I'm one of the councilors that's sorry here, but voted for the solar fields where they are. We were approached, I was chairman of a building committee on the new high school to put the solar panels on the roof. The construction company that constructed the school said you would lose the warranty on your roofing. They were all rubber roofs. And they have to mount them into the flat roofs. So we had issues. We said, don't put them on the brand new school. So they put them on the forest where the old landfill was in Dresser Hill. And I personally think that they massacred the hillside. And in doing that, created downstream flow, which damaged residents' property, created a lot of animosity on who owns the pipe. There's not a right of way. And then it ends up costing the taxpayers a lot of money to remedy what happened with the installation of the actual solar field. So my understanding is that we can put a moratorium on temporarily to beef up the bylaw where these things don't happen, or make them responsible for the downflow. Say there is drainage on the Dresser Hill project. They have a very large hill. We had a rainstorm and they had problems with the retention ponds. And then it ended up washing out people's properties, and the solar people tried to be very accommodating, but in the end, you had a lot of angry residents, and you have the town reevaluating their drain pipe size, whether we can dump water on someone else's land. Created a lot of animosity in town. So moving forward, I was kind of happy to see this, where we probably should have did a better job before the solar fields were installed. And now that they're here, I don't know where they're going to go, but when we built the high school and we had the ball fields and the parking areas and everything, and it was nestled in a forest. And now when you go to the ball fields, it looks like someone just stripped the land, threw it in, and that was it. So I'm not a big fan. I'm sorry that I voted for the solar and to put it where it is now. How we correct that moving forward is the art of government. Thank you.
Very good. Eric?
Just as a quick point of clarification, there are several solar fields that the town owns the property of and leases to various individuals. We have had zero issues with erosion with those. In my mind, and in doing several inspections on those, they were installed correctly, and the designs for those fields was done correctly, whereas the other fields had some deficiencies.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we look forward to your comments on the report.
Great. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Item C is the town manager's year in review presentation. I've been asked to move that to item number 35 to be presented in conjunction with item number 35. And without objection from the council, I'd like to move it to item number 35. Okay, thank you. Moving on. Item number 8, Citizens Forum. Are there any citizens here tonight that would like to address the council on any issue not on tonight's agenda?
Hi, Maureen Doyle, 771 Lebanon Hill Road. I'm a limited participant in the LNG construction that's going on Worcester Street. And I just wanted to reach out. I've done this before, but I just wanted to reach out. If anybody has any issues with or complaints about the blasting that's been going on, you can call me, and I'll be happy to relay that information to the appropriate channels. Because I'm in contact with some people from the Department of Energy through being a limited participant. So So that's one avenue. If you have praise or complaints or whatever, my number is 508-764-8042. Thanks.
Thank you, Maureen. Are there any other citizens that would like to approach the podium to speak on an issue not on tonight's agenda? Not seeing anyone. Let's move on, please. Item number 9. Vote to approve a contract financial analyst / American Rescue Plan Act ARPA administrator in the amount of $135,000 paid over a 2.5-year period through local ARPA funds.
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this will be the first of many motions that we have with the ARPA funds that we received. Just feedback, we received a little over $5 million. We've spent about $1.6 million so far through various motions at the Town Council. But this is the first time that the ad hoc committee has brought forward 5 motions in front of the Town Council. So please bear with us as we move this along. All 5, the following agenda items were unanimously voted in favor to send to the Town Council. It is not our job, I don't believe, to say no and keep it within house. I think it's we should recommend to the Town Council for your vote as we push forward with this. So this first vote was brought to our attention from Karen Harnoy. She is obviously looking for somebody at this point in time to be able to administer some of these funds. So it wouldn't be the decision of that person, this administrator, to make on spending the funds. It would be how they were spent and the reporting requirements. So let me give you, I know all the town councilors have this description, but I just wanted to go over for the public. ARPA administrator would be responsible to oversee the recovery, disbursement, reconciliation, planning, and accounting to all federal funding relative to the city or the town's COVID-19 pandemic response. Funding and management include, but not limited to, the FEMA reimbursements, coronavirus relief fund, CARES Act, and the ARPA. Position funded from ARPA is not, or the position will be funded by ARPA and is not expected to continue after the program's expiration. Currently, right now, is December of 2024. So we have to earmark that money by December of 2024 and spent by 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So this individual, whoever it may be, as of right now, would be a 2.5-year period where this individual would not only just take care of the ARPA funds, but would also be able to help Karen and the treasurer with some of the items that have fallen behind due to the pandemic, due to some of the closures, due to the movement of the treasurer themselves. And so we're looking for your support in this. I will state that the next 4 agenda items after this would be responsible to answering to this administrator. So, example, we have the United Way, YMCA that are going in front of us this evening. As we come in there, we want to specifically use these funds for residents of Southbridge. So this individual would come up with the spreadsheet, would come up with the reporting requirements, and who would report to either to the ad hoc committee or the town council in the near future. So it wouldn't be the ad hoc committee who would be responsible of giving the United Way of say how to spend this money, or to come up with a spreadsheet to how to spread this money. It'd be up to the ARPA administrator to do that and provide that to the town council down the road as these monies are being spent. And if I miss anything, I know Karen is in the crowd as well, and our town manager. And I just want to thank Councilor Steves and town manager. Councilor Marchetti's at every meeting. I want to thank you for the input that we were receiving so far, and it's been very productive.
Councilor Marchetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I was wondering if it might be wise to add, before the total dollar amount, the words up to $135,000. That would keep it consistent with all the other.
I have no problem with that at all. Just to make a friendly amendment to it.
Yeah.
If that would be okay with
Friendly
everybody, a friendly amendment, up to 135,000.
Is that in the form of amendment?
We can do this a friendly amendment. We don't have
Just a friendly amendment if you want, or I'll make it in the form of an actual amendment.
I would.
Okay, I'd like to make the amendment then, to add the
accept it.
words
Second.
up to 135,000.
Second.
I second that amendment.
Very good. Discussion on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. The motion is amended. Very good. Continuing discussion on the main motion. Councilor,
Thank you. Through you, just so I'm clear, and it does say it here, but just again, it's for all reimbursements, the FEMA, the CARES Act, and ARPA, to administer all those. And I just, personally, I'd like to thank Karen, our finance director, for all the hard work that she did, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, when we were first going through this, working with us. With the reporting requirements, we added a lot to that department's plate to keep track of it all. Her, TJ Edwards from the fire department. So I think it is a valuable tool to assist that. Just to make sure that we're compliant, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge that the town manager and the finance department are going to have with all the regulations that keep changing as to what can and cannot be. Given all the daily duties that that department has to have that set of eyes for that volume of money that we're talking about, I think I certainly will support this. Thank you.
very good. Councilor Steves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 points that I probably should have thought of during our subcommittee meetings, but I didn't think of it. One is I do support doing this, but I do want to make sure that we try to make sure that this person doesn't become like a permanent fixture here in Town Hall. I know the plan is to have them be done in 2.5 years, but with all of that long list of things that they're going to be handling, and the way the federal government and the state government has a tendency to keep things going, unless they can also arrange to make sure that we can keep paying these people from these grant monies, then we need to make sure that we actually do term limit this person. And the other question that I wanted to point out is that under the education section, I would like to see some element there saying that they have some experience in dealing with public grant administration, because it doesn't actually say that. That may be something different from public accounting, for example.
Mr. Manager.
I didn't hear Councilor Steve's last comment.
I said that I think it would be a good idea to, under education, to include a clear reference to public grant administration, because it doesn't say that.
Just 2.5 years.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I just want to throw in there, we probably also should have prefaced before all these articles that when the Treasury promulgated the final rule for the ARPA funds, it changed and simplified everything by creating what's now referred to as a standard allowance for lost revenue calculation, allowing cities and towns to elect this standard allowance for up to $10 million of lost revenue. So for towns like Southbridge that only had $5 million in grant money coming in, that is well below the standard allowance, which gives us much more flexibility and discretion in how to use our funds. So if you recall, when we first started looking at these last year, when we were getting our first tranche of funds, it was really limited to infrastructure, water, sewer, cable, some direct relief for the pandemic. But now we're allowed to look at other things and to expand upon what you can do in the community. So I just want to make remind everybody what it is we're doing and how we're allowed to do it, so there isn't anybody at home saying, I thought we could only spend it on these 4 categories. Right. Now, in light of this new final rule, we have much more flexibility. So that's why we're allowed to spend outside those areas.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 10, vote to approve providing the United Way of South Central Massachusetts with up to $150,000 paid through local ARPA funds to administratively support Southbridge programs that support strictly Southbridge residents, such as Open Sky, St. Luke's House, and Catholic Charities, and distribution of such funds will be overseen by the town's ARPA administrator.
So moved.
Discussion? Council Marquetti.
You didn't want to go first?
I'll go first if you don't mind.
Okay,
No, I don't mind at all.
If you don't mind, real quick. First of all, we do have representative of every group that is on this agenda this evening here. And so we have United Way here as well to speak further, because I don't want to butcher anything that you have briefed us on, but I'll take a shot at it. So first of all, I want to thank Councilor Marquetti who brought this forward. Part of the ARPA funds is to help with sometimes rent, sometimes homelessness, sometimes all these things that could have happened because of COVID, the pandemic that came down the pike. And so he reached out and reached out to multiple organizations, and we received some of their requests. So this specifically isn't just for these three entities. So it could be any type of not-for-profit organization that the United Way usually helps out and supports, but they're going to be our administrator of these funds. I know we just approved an ARPA administrator, but the United Way would report to our town's ARPA administrator as well. So, and then we'll work closely to set up that spreadsheet. So part of this is to help with the homelessness, with the shelters, sometimes in cases rent, utilities, and stuff like that, that they see fit based on the guidelines that the ARPA administrator has required them to. So one thing that we discussed at the meeting, it's $150,000. It's the largest amount we've requested so far within the ad hoc committee. Not all $150,000 is going to go up in one lump sum. What it'll be is there will be required benchmarks here and there. So it may be 75 at the very beginning and to see where the need is, and we can redistribute those funds if needed to other organizations, but we'll keep a close eye on it as we track it in the near future. So I'll pass it on over to Councilor Marquetti if you don't mind, but this is some of the things that we did discuss. They gave a great presentation of the needs of our town, and it has to be strictly residents of our town for these funds, period. It can't be, I understand, they support and they administrate a lot of money throughout the region, but it would be strictly for Southbridge residents, and of course through the spreadsheet and working with the ARPA administrator, whoever that may be, that'll be just one of the requirements to oversee. So, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll pass it on over to Councilor Marquetti.
Certainly.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. When ARPA funding first came out, I noticed that the funding could be made available for public service. As the town manager said, water and sewer and broadband infrastructure, public health and economic response. So I approached the ARPA committee and I asked, could we devote some of the funding towards local nonprofit social service organizations? The ARPA committee said that fine, but you're going to have to provide us with a detailed proposal and a total fund request. So I reached out to several local service agencies such as Salvation Army, Tradewinds, the Methodist Church on Main Street, Catholic Charities, and I was eventually directed towards United Way. And United Way seemed like a logical choice to me, so I met with Mary O'Coin, who is the executive director of the United Way of South Central Mass. And Mary told me of the various agencies they support, such as St. Luke's Guest House, Catholic Charities, Open Sky, and any other nonprofit Southbridge organization that wanted to provide social services for residents. So I explained to Mary that I would need a detailed proposal and a dollar amount, and she said to me, and I quote, "This is what I do." So Ms. O'Coin put together a very detailed proposal. I presented it to the committee. The committee then interviewed Mary and voted to provide United Way of South Central Mass with the funding request on tonight's agenda. And I would like to thank Ms. O'Coin for putting together that very comprehensive proposal, and of course, for providing assistance to nonprofit organizations in Southbridge. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out, they're a perfect entity to do something like this that Councilor Marchetti had brought up, and the fact that the brief that we received, and it's a no-brainer that we would do this, and they're not asking for 5% or 1% of any of the funds that we receive. They administer these funds, and they know exactly where to go to, and the fact is that their reach is so great that this will only help within our community itself. One of the questions was, if we fund this now, is there a requirement down the road to fund it again? Well, this is all only ARPA. This is a one-time shot at this point in time. So as of right now, I would be safe to say absolutely not. But that also, I think this organization has proved itself a pillar of our community, and I fully support this wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councilor Lazo, then Councilor Ryan.
You couldn't give it to a better organization. I'm going to support this here tonight. I commend Ms. Aucoin, along with the Councilor, I always forget your name, Councilor Adams, but I'm just kidding. Councilor Adams, you do a lot of work in town, and I think another step, another committee. You did a great job, and I think Mike, Councilor, you've done a fine job picking the right organization to do the right thing. So you have my support 110%. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Again, another echo the same thanks to Councilor Adams and Councilor Marchetti. This is the type of good direct work that we can have in Southbridge and really provide some sort of direct assistance to those who may be struggling with COVID, having struggles with having financial assistance to get through, because a lot of employers still require people to take mandatory leave when they get sick because they don't want to have to spread for their, but unfortunately now it's not paid, so this would provide an opportunity for those who may be struggling to get assistance. So thank you, Councilor Marchetti. Thank you, Councilor Adams. This is really good work.
Ms. Aucoin, is there anything you'd like to say?
I just want to thank the council members here and the town of Southbridge for giving us this opportunity to help you out through the ARPA funds. It is exactly what I said to Councilor Marchetti. This is what I do every day. I administer the funds to other nonprofits. I make sure that they're doing the job that they say that they're going to do. They provide the programs and the services that are so necessary. I am able to specifically gear it towards Southbridge without any problems. It is all something I have spreadsheets for and applications and reporting. So at any time you'll be able to reach out to me and get the information that you're looking for.
Great.
Thank you.
All set? Yep. Great. Councilor
Can I
Adams.
just want to make one comment real quick? Councilor Steves has been instrumental, and also the town manager, of giving us sound advice as we've gone through this whole process. And I'm kind of disappointed in Councilor Lazo for forgetting my name, especially when I show up to meetings, unlike somebody else. Thank you.
Very good. There being no further discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Jovan.
Thank you. On the next two items, items 11 and 12, I will hereby recuse myself from any discussion or participation in these two items as I serve on the Board of Governors for the YMCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Very good. Item number 11, vote to approve providing the Tri-Valley YMCA with up to $50,000 paid through local ARPA funds to administer the What's for Dinner program, which will be strictly used to Southbridge residents, and distribution of such funds will be overseen by the town's ARPA administrator.
Second.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another organization that was brought to us by Councilor Marchetti. They requested 3 items. We are bringing 2 to you this evening. And one of the 2 is this What's for Dinner social program. So it was great that a great brief that we received the other day on how this whole program started and the whole purpose behind this program in the first place. The program is currently serving about 30 teens daily. at the Y for the recreational. Make sure I get it wrong. Nope, I got it wrong. Sorry. This program provides weekly meal kits to the community members free of charge. Currently, the Y provides 150 meal kits to the community. The kits include the ingredients, recipe, nutrition, information for one family dinner. So, and just a caveat of what the United Way had talked about, they also help support this program itself. I do believe, and if I mess it up, I apologize. It started off as trying to get families back together at the dinner table during this period of the pandemic, and where they would have the ingredients and they would be able to have a conversation in the evening and just bring that family dynamic back to the house. Obviously, it has grown tremendously. It's big. It's been very successful for them, and we highly recommend, again, this program be approved by the town council. Thank you.
Council Steves.
I mean, I just want to add to that, during the course of the discussion, I think it was Glenn who pointed out that the program has been running at a bit of a deficit because it's so popular, and that there's, with all the people that have been involved in it and taking advantage of it, it needs extra support.
Anyone else? I know some people that are beneficiaries of this program, and they are very, very grateful for the program being run. It definitely makes a difference in their lives, and they are thoroughly thankful for that benefit.
Agreed.
Is there anything you'd like to say?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for your consideration. You know, this program really started off as something fun to get people to cook and learn about, you know, nutritional value of the food that we're providing for them. It's really expanded into addressing food insecurity. We are anticipating next year we'll be servicing probably close to 8,500 meals to folks in the town of Southbridge. There's no charge. We're very fortunate that United Way helps support that program as well. We work with Big Bunny to reduce our costs to get some food at affordable prices. Cost of food is really gone kind of crazy for all of us, so any support you can help us to deliver these meals to the families would be greatly appreciated.
Very good. Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 12, vote to approve providing the Tri-Valley YMCA, should that be Tri-Community? Tri-Community, right? Yeah. We'll amend that. Friendly amendment, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Vote to approve providing the Tri-Community YMCA with up to $50,000 paid through local ARPA funds to administer the Teen Center Workforce Development Program, which will be strictly used for Southbridge residents, and distribution of such funds will be overseen by the town's ARPA administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Vice Chair Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another great organization, as the other two. Councilor Marchetti had brought this organization again to us to take into consideration. I will go over what we had discussed. The program is currently serving about 30 teens daily at the Y for recreational, educational, and mentoring support. In addition, the Y runs 2 teen nights a month, currently serving a total of about 250 teens. Operational support grew from the program and provides supplies is greatly needed. So this is another social program where it brings in our youth, our next generation, and you know, like many of us, the YMCA was a home I know for me, for quite some time, and it built up some of the values and morals that I have at this point in time in my life, and I think if this was done more often in other Ys or other places, I think we'd be on a good track here in the United States when it comes to our youth. And I just appreciate them, before we vote on this, thank you for actually reaching out to that youth because we so sorely need it here within not only our community but throughout the region. So thank you.
Council Lazo.
Just a quick comment. All three of them, outstanding. Council Marquetti, your outreach. I don't know how anybody can't vote for you. But in wrapping this up, one of the things that hits my heart and hits my soul is when Councilor Adams constantly says it's about Southbridge. It's for Southbridge. And I really think putting Southbridge first in these agenda items, these three, make it all worthwhile for the programs that these nonprofits run. So again, we're dealing with good people, we're putting it in good hands, and I just commend Councilor Adams and Councilor Marquetti. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? No? Okay, very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 13, vote to approve providing the trustees, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Airmen Memorials Board with up to $15,000 matching funds in support of their 2023 State Historic Records Advisory Board, SHRAB, Veterans Heritage Grant application, which distribution of such funds will be overseen by the town's opera administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next two are a little different than the last three. At this point in time, the Trustee Soldiers, Sailors, Marines, and Airmen's Memorials Board last year came in front of the Town Council requesting to apply for this SHRAB grant that comes out annually. And what the responsibility of part of these ARPA funds is to continue on with infrastructure work and education. So the last time the Town Council, from my understanding, approved any type of work done on our monuments within the town was in 1995. The last, I think, they received $45,000 to help clean up some of the monuments within our community. So one thing that the trustees, soldiers, sailors, and Marines, I'll tell you the trustees board, is responsible for is the upkeep of these monuments within the town. And as if you drive by a lot of these monuments, they are dilapidated, they are not well maintained, and I think at this point in time when the trustees board had approached me again about bringing this forward, I was willing to listen to that conversation. And what it is this grant, just like it's no different than what you had approved as far as the application itself. They say up to $15,000 because $15,000 can be in-kind donations as well, or volunteer work and stuff like that. So I do know the trustees board does do a lot of volunteer time for our monuments. Again, it is an infrastructure project. It is something that should be ongoing every single year, just like we rotate our vehicles within our fleet. I think that at this point in time, and again, it's another program. It was unanimous 3-0 to recommend to the town council for approval.
Very good. Councilor Steves.
Yeah, I probably should have caught this during the meeting, Sue. I don't remember if I saw it or not. But I noticed that the application deadline, final application was January 9th. I'm
Correct.
assuming you're applying for the 2023 cycle.
Yeah. So the application is the next calendar year, but this is ahead of the game at this point in time. If they were to receive $30,000, so there was a quote given just for the 8 neighborhood monuments of those 8 individuals that died in World War I from Southbridge, including the cleaning of the Franco-American plaque, which is about a 500 to 700 pound plaque. It's huge. I've never seen a plaque that big per se, but that alone is about $17,000 to clean all of those monuments. If it is a total of $30,000, it's a $15,000 match. They would be able to clean the World War I monument at the same time and knock all those monuments out in one shot. And reminder, I keep saying education is the history of our town. Thank you.
Anyone else? Very well. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 14, vote to approve providing the town manager's office with up to $4,500 for public records software application, which distribution of such funds will be overseen by the town's opera administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last one for the evening. So this public records software application, it's here, they're requesting it from the town manager's office, centralized public record requests and enhanced tracking mechanisms and customer service and satisfaction. This also gives the ability to store information, not to reproduce the documents. So what we got out of the meeting, it was Noor from the town manager's office, town manager himself, who, if I'm not mistaken, has utilized it in his last town. And what this is not trying to reinvent the wheel of multiple spreadsheets. As Freedom of Information Act requests come in, this is something that could be utilized, right online, tracked, recorded, kept for history, and I believe it also gives us some type of ticket number to be able to follow up and some type of reminders as we move forward. As the town council has been supportive of moving forward within our town, get us into this century through HR, through quite a few things that we're doing progressively to enhance our town, this is just another tool to help out.
Very good. Any discussion? Hearing none. I'm sorry, Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you, Councilor Adam. I have a couple of more councilors like you in town. The town will become great. I mean, you're doing a lot of work for the veteran, for the town, and I hope more councilors like you working hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Jovan.
Yeah, through you. I think this is a great move for the town of Southbridge. I know in my professional career, I utilize on this platform on a lot of municipalities, and it's a great tool that you get timely information without bothering a lot of people in the town hall. So I think this is a great move to provide another avenue for residents and members to get information quickly and timely. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well. All those in favor? Opposed?
I don't oppose it. I got a comment I want to make after that.
Unanimous of all present. Councilor
Thank you.
Adams wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to let everybody know the next ARPA meeting is on the 16th of June, where we'll be discussing police, fire, and the library. And we're going to try to keep doing that every single month and then bring it forward to the council. Thank you.
Very good. Before I read the next agenda item, I just want to explain that it was my intent to read the agenda item and then read the names and the terms, the names and the commissions or boards or committees that the people were being appointed to. And then if anyone needed to put a hold on anyone, similar to the way we worked with traffic constables and the budget process, I was thinking we could do that. I'm wondering if that satisfies the needs of the committee or...
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go? Okay.
No, I just, for the record, Mr. Chairman, through you, in looking through this list, one of the names, Linda Jowett, at the meeting, it should have been changed as recommended by our board to Linda Langevin Zonia. It's still listed on this list as Linda Jowett.
We did some research on that, and I was told that the name should be Jowett. I spoke with the executive assistant, and she assures me that it should be Linda Jowett.
Even though her application read a different name?
That's what she told me.
I understand it's the same person, but she signed her application with that name, so, okay.
Okay. Very well. All set? Good. Okay, vote to confirm the following town manager recommended reappointments as listed in the attached document. Helen Boyle, Agricultural Commission, 3 years. Maureen Doyle, Agricultural Commission, 3 years. Richard M. Clements, Airport Commission, 3 years. Elizabeth Stevens, Board of Health, 3 years. Tracy Pallone, Board of Registrar, 3 years. David Adams, Central Mass Regional Planning Commission, 3 years. Joseph Farr, Commission on Disability, 3 years. Sergeant Ryan Retker, Commission on Disability, 3 years. Maureen Doyle, Conservation Commission, 3 years. Kathy Grenier, Council on Aging, 3 years. Renata Kendall, Council on Aging, 3 years. Susan Prue, Council on Aging, 3 years. David Livingood, Economic Development Commission, 3 years. Helen Boyle, Historical Commission, 3 years. David Payer, Planning Board, 3 years. Corey Belrose, Planning Board, 3 years. Terry Hensel, Planning Board, 3 years. Linda Jowett, Southbridge Cultural Commission, 3 years. Theodore Bartlett, Southbridge Cultural Commission, 3 years. Tracy Price, Trustees of Soldiers, Sailors, Marines, and Airmen's Memorial Board, 3 years. Wendy McFarland, Trustees of Soldiers, Sailors, Marines, and Airmen Memorials Board, 3 years. Lynn Bertrand, Zoning Board of Appeals, 3 years. Patrick Spinelli, Zoning Board of Appeals, 3 years. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Thank you. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Council Steves.
Just for clarity, since my partner is on 2 of those appointments, should I abstain from those 2 or just do it all? It's not like she's getting any money off of either of those boards, so.
Council Lazo.
I have a question. Normally, we would have had this as an appointment on the agenda one by one.
Yeah.
If you do not want somebody to be appointed or you want to cherry pick off of this list, how does that work? Do we mention it now?
Yes.
Yep.
And there are people that, I don't know how Dave Adams can vote for Dave Adams, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why if it went individually,
Abstain for that one.
like we used to do it, it used to abstain and you could move through it. But I understand I do have an opposition to one I will bring up. Go ahead, Gus.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not sure how to go about that. Councilor Johan.
Yeah, through you. As we discussed at our meeting at the EHS, we had recommended that this perhaps be separated into different categories: the regular boards and commissions, anything that was a quasi-judicial board. I know our recommendation was for the Board of Health because it was a quasi-judicial board. Zoning Board of Appeals, I believe, is a quasi-judicial board. That should be separated into certain categories so that, given the level of their responsibilities, I certainly understand the desire to move through this because they are very quick, as we've done in the past. I guess, regrettably, our recommendation wasn't accepted and put into this whole list of appointments. But I'll leave it as it may.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, it would be my recommendation that we all go through and we just list whichever individual ones may have an issue with, and then those get held, and then the rest of the document gets approved as is, and we go one by one on the other ones.
That's what I'm saying.
I will start by, if you suggest, because I will say that I would like to abstain on the planning board for Corey Belrose, as she is my direct superior and my employer, so I will be abstaining from that one.
Absolutely. Put a hold on that. Okay. Councilor Lazo.
Is this the time that you would like me to bring up?
Yep.
I would like to bring up the appointment of the Board of Health, Elizabeth Stevens.
Okay. Any others?
Only one.
Okay, very good.
And I've already
Councilor Steves.
mentioned the 2 for Maureen Doyle because I'm her partner.
I'm sorry.
We can't hear
I
Councilor
said I've already
Steves.
mentioned the 2 for Maureen Doyle because I'm her partner. So.
Hold. Good. All right. Well, I guess we can move forward on those candidates that are not held.
Right.
And we'll go on from there. Mr. Adams will hold your appointment as well.
Yep.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Manager.
No, that's all I was going to bring to your attention, that perhaps Mr. Adams should be held out.
I do want to make note, Mr. Chair, just real quick, that is a one-year appointment, not 3.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Jovan?
Just to make it as easy as possible, I would recommend that those that are pulled out then are moved to be items 15A, 15B, 15C accordingly as agenda items for purposes of the record.
Very good.
Okay.
Everyone all set with that? Okay. You just mark those. Very good. So I guess we can say that we would be voting on all those in favor of the remaining candidates who do not have holds on them.
Yep.
Okay? All right, all those in favor of those candidates? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Very good. Moving to 15A, Agricultural Commission, Maureen Doyle. Is a hold on that?
I just have to abstain.
Okay. All those in favor otherwise? Unanimous of those who can. 15B, Board of Health, Elizabeth Stevens. There's a hold on that. Councilor Lazo, you asked for that.
Yes. The reason why I asked for this, I've been on the council for a few years, and I've been in town forever. This member of the Board of Health, I don't feel is suitable to serve on the Board of Health. There are certain people that you come in contact with in town, and they work for the town of Southbridge, and I think that the way you treat the people hinders whether you should be reappointed again or reelected again. So for myself, we are the check and balance on this position, this person. We've had Board of Health members quit because of her. I experienced a vile attack from her at a meeting to the point where I turned around, I couldn't even believe I was in a public meeting. The way she treats the public, the condescending attitude, I just don't think she belongs on the Board of Health. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
So,
Councilor Adams.
thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I have a laundry list of issues for that individual at this point in time. One is during the pandemic. I believe we're one of maybe only a handful of towns where the Board of Health did not speak and was not the lead when it came to the pandemic. It took the appointment of the chair at the time, Councilor Jovan, to step in, set up an emergency operations center, and from that point in time, we had, I believe it was 3 or 4 volunteers, not on the Board of Health. We also had 2 chiefs, we had deputy chiefs, we had quite a few individuals. So I've got a big issue, the fact that the EOC was stood up because the Board of Health at that point in time did not take this pandemic serious enough to move forward or to actually learn their trade. And that this is what they volunteered for. When we handed over, the town handed over, the town council, I should say, stopped the EOC, handed it over, back to the Board of Health. Nothing got any better. Communication with the public didn't get where it needed to be. There was a lot of suggestions given, and I think at that point in time, she was the chair, and still is the chair, and I think it is now time to move along. I rarely vote against a citizen member who volunteers their time. I've only probably voted twice in 4 years. Another issue is the Board of Health knew at that point in time, and please tell me if I'm going overboard, but there was residents over on Main Street living in squalor. To a point where you had 2 places, 2 residents in that building on Main Street living in a closet with the number 6 or 7 right on the door, and they made it a room. They knew this. I got a phone call on the weekend and had to have a conversation with the Board of Health to get somebody out there to put up notification. If that place would have burnt down, this town would have been responsible, especially that we knew about it. Those actions should have been happening right away, not a once-a-month meeting. It should have happened right away with an emergency meeting. So I have no problem with people volunteering. I love the fact that they do. But at this point in time, I cannot support Ms. Stevens for the Board of Health at this point in time. And I can go on. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I will also not be supporting Ms. Stevens tonight. She is the Board of Health is a prime example of not posting a properly detailed agenda. I have missed meetings in which I would have wanted to go during the pandemic because information was not properly posted as to what was being discussed. It's the same cookie cutter template every single time. And I get that there's standard items that go on every single meeting, but they cannot be using the same plain Jane agenda to not properly disclose what is being discussed. That's unacceptable. So she has been the chair of this board. She's been the chair of this board consistently. She bears the responsibility of posting and approving the agenda for her board. She bears the responsibility of not properly informing the public. I will not be voting for her. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Lazo.
In a quick closing comment, I have never voted against a citizen member as long as I've been in government. I think a citizen's member or somebody volunteering like this to put their time in is so special to have people come forward and do this. But when it comes a time where you have to, do what you have to do as a councilor, vote your conscience, and on this one here, I cannot support it. Thank you.
And Councilor Jovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just based on the EHS recommendation, the EHS recommendation was a 3-0 vote to move it to council for discussion. I had a lot of concerns about moving this appointment forward, but I moved it as the only councilor that sat as the active councilor in the subcommittee, so I thought it was important enough for me at least to vote so that we would have the opportunity to come to the floor. The two other citizen members, I don't believe, have quite the same history or backing as to what this position entails. Like the previous speakers have said, this is a difficult decision because of the fact that we have a very difficult time having individuals step up to fill positions. That being said, this position is one of great responsibility for the town of Southbridge. And I think that board itself is a very important board for the health and safety of the town. And as to what one of the previous speakers said, during the pandemic, the town council had to take the lead in the health and safety of our residents. And I am grateful for the Director of Inspections, Health Director Pelletier's participation with us. However, his board wasn't with him. That board should have been part of the conversations. We did succeed through the pandemic through a lot of hard work of a great team of individuals absent the Board of Health. And for that reason, it is difficult for me to support a reappointment to a board that the leadership wasn't there during the most important time in the town of Southbridge. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Roll call vote, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Okay, roll call vote.
Councilor Adams?
No.
Councilor Daniel?
No.
Councilor Dow?
No.
Councilor Jovan?
No.
Councilor Lazo?
No.
Councilor Marquetti?
No.
Councilor Ryan?
No.
Councilor Steves?
No.
By 0-8, the motion fails. Ms. Stevens is not appointed to the Board of Health. 15C, Central Mass Regional Planning Commission, David Adams. The hold is because Councilor Adams is on the board. All those in favor All those opposed? Unanimous of all present.
I'll abstain from
Thank you.
voting for myself. Thank you.
I thought you were first. All right, there's a hold on 15D, the Conservation Commission, Maureen Doyle.
Oh, for the same reason as the last one, I'm abstaining.
Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? And one abstention. And the Planning Board hold, Corey Belrose, 15E.
I will be abstaining for that person as my direct superior at my place of employment.
Very good. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstains? 701. I appreciate the council's indulgence. Won't happen again. Item number 16, vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to appoint Robert G. Caprera, Esquire, Attorney at Law, as special counsel to the Department of Inspections, effective immediately through June 30, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee. As we all know, he has left our services for general legal services. However, he had shown an interest in continuing on for inspection-related services, so he'll be specializing in the town with inspection-related services.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I know a question came to my office as I was not there last Thursday at the Gen Gov meeting when I was at the MMA meeting. I did speak with Councilor Caprera, I should say, Councilor with the E, Caprera earlier in the evening, and he had indicated that he would be using the same rate, hourly rate, as he did for our town council services, which was $195 an hour, which is considerably less than some of the Boston attorneys. And this affords us a couple of things. He has knowledge of the town. He has worked with Mr. Pelletier in his office, and it also saves us in that we're not bringing one of our regular Boston firms all the way out to Dudley District Court should we have to go to court. And I know, speaking with Attorney Caprera over the last 2 years, he's always enjoyed his having the title and working and serving the people of Southbridge as town council, but as his practice has changed over the years, he wanted to tailor his services to something that would work best for all of us, and where he has focused primarily in the last year or so on inspectional service, it only made sense that we would tailor him to be special counsel for this particular department.
Very good. Councilor Steves.
Thank you. Just a quick question. One is, how often does this department need a lawyer? And can you clarify a little bit exactly what he would be doing for this department?
I could probably have Mr. Pelletier come to the podium, but they're routine, you have to seek court orders to get into buildings, evict people, all sorts of issues like that. And I can't speak to every one of them, but I know Mr. Pelletier routinely comes to see me about issues like this. So Mr. Pelletier is here.
Good evening. Good evening. Mr. Caprera will be, every one of our cases that we can't resolve locally goes to the housing court.
Right.
We cannot, for 25, 23 years, I was allowed to represent the municipalities in housing court. The housing court decided that a person can represent themselves, but they can't represent anybody else. I cannot go to court and represent the corporation of Southbridge anymore. I have to have an attorney. Only an attorney can represent somebody else.
That's ridiculous.
So anytime I go into court, I have to be represented by an attorney. Potentially 1 to 2 cases a week could end up in court. Right now, my inspector, who has been doing my housing, is out on family leave, and I've been doing the housing, and I've got some cases out there that people are living in substandard housing for more than 30 days. I haven't had access to the housing court without access to this lawyer. So I can't have people living 30, 60, 90 days in substandard housing. So I will be moving cases to court, at least until the town realizes that I'm not going to allow it to happen anymore. So I anticipate 50 to 60 cases this year, 70 cases maybe.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Council Lazo.
You first.
You first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you.
All right.
I got a
Councilor
question. We can't hire him by the case? Have to be by hour?
As with Copeland and Page, when we access them, it's per hour, it's not per case.
Thank you.
Council Lazo.
When did this change that you couldn't represent us?
I said a couple years ago, but it was probably 4 to 5 years ago.
Really?
When Mr. San Angelo was here, I had a request into him to have access to the attorney for purposes of housing court. So I basically had, whenever I needed Mr. Cabrera, I had him there.
So under the new town manager, how do we handle it?
Exact same way I've been working under the original approval, but I can just write a request. Actually, under this situation, Mr. Caprera would be the town council for inspection services, so I would have access to Mr. Caprera
Right,
for
I
this
understand
purpose.
under this, but what I'm saying is, since St. Angelo left, the new town manager came on, how do we handle these legal matters now?
I have been working on, I've just been calling Mr. Caprera.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, when we went through and did council appointments a little over a year ago, we named KP our primary town council, and Attorney Caprera was also named town council. And what we were utilizing him for, and I believe what we talked about at that time, was he would be taking on some of these local cases. And it was my understanding that we had been utilizing him in the past primarily to deal with matters that came up in Dudley District Court, specifically Housing Court. And as I indicated, we have the benefit of his knowledge and his being able to work here and with us. You can pick up the phone and get him at any time, but also you're not paying somebody to come and drive all the way out from Boston to Dudley District Court. So it's advantageous to have someone from the local area to be able to cover those cases.
Mr. Town Manager, I'm not questioning Attorney Caprera. I'm wholeheartedly in spending our money locally. I was just trying to understand how we do business. Like, in other words, say St. Angelo left, you came on, our inspections division had a problem. Where would you take it legally? Would you do it yourself? Would it be Copeland and Page? Who handled the problem, or did we just didn't do anything?
I don't think I'm following you in the sense that if various department heads need legal services, they generally come through me, and I have served as the chief conduit to our point of contact at KP Law. Generally, liquor board, they talk to me, and I know they're reaching out to Meade, Talaman, and Costa. If something comes up on the landfill, I call Myrick O'Connell. But since I've been here, Mr. Pelletier has routinely advised me that there are matters going to Dudley District Court, and he has indicated, or generally he's contacted me and said he needs to use the services of Attorney Caprera. So I haven't questioned it because most of them have, we've had some instances of, say, essentially
So
hoarding.
what you're saying is Attorney Caprera handled it for us since you've been here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And even before I got here, as far as I know.
Well, I understand before you got here, he was handling it, but I was saying, were we continuously using him to wipe up some of the trouble that we're having?
Yeah,
And if the answer is yes, then we just continuously use
Yes.
the same fellow. Thank you, that's
And
all.
I
That's all.
apologize because the fan's going over here, and for whatever reason, I'm not hearing you as clearly as I should.
Okay, sorry.
Councilor Ryan.
I think I get what you were saying. You were wondering about that gap of coverage during the time in which Attorney Caprera has now left to now. What has the town been doing? Is that what you were?
Correct.
That is what Councilor Lazo was asking. So since Caprera has been gone, I believe Andy has stated that it's been piling up and nothing has happened thus far because we don't have legal representation. Correct, Mr.
I
Pelletier?
do not have access to the housing court without the
Okay.
attorney. I did not want to call Copeland and Page in every time. Every 6 hours that I would spend on Mr. Caprera, every 5 hours that I would spend on Copeland and Page, I can buy 6 hours with Mr. Caprera. Mr. Caprera is very familiar with my work, and I've got 20 years of preparing cases for the housing court. So I don't ask Mr. Caprera to prepare the cases. I prepare them, I present them to him for review. Ton of time is saved by doing it that way. I don't think Copeland and Page would accept the same cooperation.
So thank you, Mr. Pelletier. That just highlights the urgency of this, though, because this type of work hasn't been happening now since since he has left his position. So to bring him on now with specialized services for your department means we can get your department actually up and running and tackling these cases again. So let's get it done.
Very good. Anyone else? Very well. All those in favor? Opposed?
Sorry, I'm in favor of it.
You're in favor? Great. No one opposed, unanimous of all present. Item 17, vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to reappoint Karen Harnoy as the Accountant Finance Director for a 5-year term effective August 24th, 2022 through August 24th, 2027. State ethics and good standing.
So moved. Second.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee.
Mr. Manager.
I would just respectfully ask that the council reappoint Ms. Harnoy's. She's been the finance director here for far longer than I have been here. She's an invaluable member of our staff. She has a breadth and depth of knowledge of the town, which has been evident in her assistance to me during the budgeting process. And every time this board has a question, she's always there. She's actually here this evening to answer any questions on the other articles. So I would respectfully request your approval of Ms. Harnoy's for another term as finance director and town accountant.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
Just a quick moment. I've served on council, school committee, seen all kind of finance directors, good ones, bad ones. John LaFleche, one of our shining stars of the past. I just want to say that Karen Harnoy is a outstanding finance director. I like the way she volleys. She doesn't roll over for anybody. And when she has issues, she brings them forward and she puts her best efforts forward on standing on what she believes in. So she has a high standard, and I really do like that. I mean, it works in Southbridge, and I will be supporting her today.
Very good. Councilor Jovan.
Thank you. Through you. I just want to thank Ms. Harnoy for all the work that she has done for this community. As we see, there is a lot of positions out there, and a lot of movement with other individuals can leave and go find a job almost anywhere right now. There's a tremendous demand for municipal finance, town managers and all that. And for us to have the team that we have right now and to retain Ms. Harnoy for additional 5 years is a kudos to our town. And I just want to really thank her for all the hard work that she has done throughout my tenure as chair of the council as I leave the town council, because she has been an invaluable person. I know her and I like to banter quite a bit. If she had her no button right here, I'd just hit it, but all in jest. And it's great that 4 years later, that we can get Ms. Harnoy to smile, because I think when I first got on council, she held it very close to her vest and has very much loosened up. So thank you for all that, Karen, and I wholeheartedly support this appointment. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am supporting Karen. When I first got elected to the council, I didn't know Karen very well. And after working with her, especially on the capital planning committee, I learned that she is very valuable, very knowledgeable, very smart, and really has a very common sense approach to her job, and answered a lot of questions and taught me a lot on capital planning. So I'll be voting for her as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Very well. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 18, vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to appoint Matthew Desjardins as interim acting DPW director until such time a full-time DPW director is hired.
So moved.
Second.
DPW, Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. As I had stated, I was out of town on a family issue, so I wasn't able to hold a meeting. And the town manager called me up and asked if he could move this forward tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. As I understand, part of Mr. Desjardins' job description is in the absence of the DPW director, he would assume the role of the acting DPW director. But I also look at that as when your DPW director is here and that person is out on vacation or out sick. Mr. Desjardins has been our deputy DPW director. He's an engineer. He has, during my time, I've worked with him on a variety of different projects. I think he has a good understanding of what's going on. I've talked to him and Ms. Blakely prior to her departure about him stepping into this role. And I believe it is important at this time, because of some of the projects that we're doing, the ability to have somebody sitting in the actual interim position with that designation. So I am asking that we formally, or this body formally confirm my recommendation that he be the interim DPW director and that he be afforded all rights and privileges that go along with that so that he can carry out any of the duties that the DPW director would otherwise do.
Councilor Lazo.
Just a quick question. I have no problem with what we're doing here. What is the term that we're looking at as far as being interim?
I mean, I am open to any suggestion. What I had put is in such time as we hire a DPW director is hired, that's what we put in the agenda. I have seen in other instances, I think in your charter, you may have something where somebody's appointed for a term, maybe 3 or 6 months, which may be renewed from time to time. I didn't have an exact wording. I didn't know how long this process would take. This could take 30 days. This could take 6 months. I look back historically. I think they went out 4 times seeking a permanent DPW director when Ms. Blakely was the assistant. And after 4 search attempts, they wound up, I think this body made her the DPW director, the permanent DPW director. So I was going to mention this in the next agenda item, but if you look, I looked today, there's 312 postings this month alone on the MMA website for municipal positions. Although it's germane to the next one, there are 14 positions related to being a treasurer or assistant treasurer collector, 7 full collectors and 7 assistants. I'm sure if I just did something similar right now for DPW, we would find something similar. So it's very hard right now to recruit quality candidates for a lot of these positions. And as I alluded to earlier from the MMA discussion, post-COVID, people are concerned about taking some of the leadership roles. We're seeing that in various organizations because it is a different environment. There's a little more incivility. So we're going to take our time to fill this position. As I've indicated before, I have several DPW directors from the area that have come highly recommended, that have indicated they would help review all these. But we want to make sure we get a good fit. So it could take, a couple of months. So as I said, if you want to say, a 90-day period or a 6-month period to be renewed each time, or if you just want to leave it as is, I'm open to either.
I don't have a problem leaving it the way it is. My thing is, with all the projects that we have going, and all the ones that we are going to be getting into, the bridges and other things, and continuing our road repairs, I want to leave that position vacant for a long period of time. That's my only point. Thank you.
Understood.
Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 19, vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to appoint Joanne Savignac as interim acting treasurer collector for a period not to exceed 6 months.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recommend an amendment to that to add in there at the very end, after the 6 months, and allow the town manager to sign all related documents. I'll make that as a motion.
Yep.
There you go.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended by the General Government Subcommittee unanimously. The aim is to get this person in the door with 2 weeks left to go on Ms. Sharon Ashley's term. She's leaving to go back for a job in her home community. So this person will be hopefully onboarded with 2 weeks with the current treasurer collector here, so that way they have some time to review and transfer off obligations. I'm sure the manager has more to add.
Very good. All right, we have an amendment on the floor to add the words "and allow the town manager to sign all paperwork as necessary," I believe.
To sign all related documents.
Thank you. All related documents. All right. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous, all present on the amendment. Okay, very good. We're back to the main motion. Mr. Manager.
As I indicated in the last agenda item, right now there are 7 full treasurer collectors in the Commonwealth positions that are open, and 7 assistant treasurer collectors, and that's this month alone. There's been a lot of movement at a lot of key positions in the Commonwealth post-COVID. This trend has been going for about a year, I would say. We've noticed as we've been trying to fill these positions, last year we had some turnover. And last summer when we tried to fill this position, I think we underestimated how long this process would take, and it did put a strain on a lot of the support staff here. So we felt this would do 2 things. One, it would help with the transfer of knowledge before Mr. Ashley left, that we would get somebody, and by using a firm that came recommended, we're getting somebody who can hit the ground running, and that we would not burn out our staff who's already trying to catch up from some of the other ripples that we've dealt with COVID, and that we would have someone here to transfer that knowledge to whomever we hire to fill Ms. Ashley's shoes. So again, respectfully request your confirmation of this appointment so that we can make a successful and smooth transition.
Very good. Any discussion? Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, could I just have a little information about this individual?
Not going to look in your packet, but I do know that this Harnois might be able to refresh my recollection, but I believe this person may have been recommended by our former town treasurer, Ms. Zawadzki. Is that correct? But I can tell you that she has about 25 years of experience. I believe she worked at Westboro, Paxton, and Charlton, and is retired as a treasurer collector. But I can't remember how we got the name recommended to us. Do you remember, Ms. Harnois?
If I could, through the chair.
Certainly.
I do believe that we knew her through working with the town of Charlton.
Okay.
And we did bring her in. Myself and Sharon Ashley interviewed with her along with Adriana and the town manager. And she actually has munis experience as well with payroll and with collection. And we were impressed with her experience. And we feel that she would be a good member of the team for the interim period. And she is retired currently from the town of Charlton.
Very good. That's fine. Outside. Great. Any other discussion? Very well. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 20. Vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to reappoint Anna Smith as the landfill monitor for a 3-year term effective July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2025. State ethics and good standing.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Councilor Jovan?
Thank you, through you. Again, this was recommended to come to full council for discussion. It was brought up during the meeting to the town manager that why was it a 3-year appointment given the fact that the landfill closure was taking place, and was it a need for a 3-year appointment or perhaps a 1-year? So if I could defer to the town manager so that he could bring to the council what he had found out. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Councilor Jovan and the rest of the council members, I did speak with Ms. Smith today, and she said her appointment has been year to year in the past, and Mr. Pelletier was present, and they did say year to year would be fine, but ideally a 2-year appointment might work because that would dovetail with the actual closure date of the landfill. So either a year to year or a 2-year, based on my conversations with Ms. Smith and Mr. Pelletier.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
I'd like to make an amendment to make it a 1-year.
Very good. There's an amendment on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Marquetti opposes, 7-1 for the amendment. Okay, we have an amendment on the, we have a main motion on the floor to appoint Anna Smith for a 1-year term.
I have a question, if Andy could come up. What does Anna do now that the landfill is where it's at this point? The landfill at this point, is it capped, or are they, where are we at, and what does Anna do at this point?
Excuse me again. We are at the tail end of the CAD 2. CAD is the, I actually wrote it because I can't remember. It's the corrective action plan. Those are the orders to close the landfill. So CAD 1 was the east slope. That one is complete. We're at the tail end of CAD 2, just buttoning that one up. Essentially, the landfill is closed. Going from there, we have a CSA, a comprehensive site assessment, and we also have a ACO, which is an administrative corrective order. There are 2 documents that the DEP ordered enacted. All of the surface water testing, all of the groundwater testing, and the monitoring of the conditions of the landfill, the settling, it's a new process. We've got artificial turf up there, not natural cap. So we want to keep a stronger eye on that. So Anna is reviewing every document that comes in from the Tie and Bond, Sanborn Head, and CEC, who are the 3 engineers on site. Anna reviews all of the DEP orders, amendments, and things in that order, and also any responses from the Casella or SRD back to the DEP. I will tell you, Anna does not spend her full time on the landfill. As the council should be aware, she is also my recycling coordinator. The reason we did that was because I still need her presence here during the closure of the landfill, but I don't need her full presence here. We cut her hours from 37.5 hours a week down to 22 hours a week, and she is bringing in monies through a grant. So, and also none of her time is paid on general funds. It's all paid by Casella or by a dedicated fund that has to be used for recycling. So is she 100% busy with the landfill? No, but she is still embroiled in it. I would say 40 to 50% of her time is on landfill.
What is her salary line for what she does at the landfill as a monitor?
What do you mean, what's her salary line? Her salary, she gets the same salary no matter what she's doing, but she gets reimbursed from the landfill for what she does related to the landfill, and she gets reimbursed from the recycling fund, which has to be used for recycling
Right.
for what she does.
So you're saying a portion comes from the landfill and a portion comes from recycling?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Very well. All those in favor? All those against? 7-1. Motion passes. 5-minute recess, please.
Thank you.
Call this meeting back to order after a short recess. We're up to agenda item number 21. Vote to confirm the town manager's recommendation to reappoint Evelyn Rivera as the municipal hearing officer for a one-year term effective July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2023, state ethics and good standing.
So moved.
Council Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is recommended unanimously through the subcommittee. This is a standard reappointment. Has to be done every year according to state law.
Very good. Any discussion? Council Lazo.
After some discussion with Councilor Adams, I will be supporting this appointment.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? 7-1. Item number 22. Vote to ratify the agreement with Mark Karen, employee of Capital Associates, Inc., as the only proposer to fill a one-year contracted position as Redevelopment Authority Executive Director, contingent on background check and ethics training, and allow the town manager to sign any related documents.
Second.
Very good, Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That came to my Planning and Development Subcommittee, 4-0 in favor of recommendation to the Town Council. I do know Mr. Karen personally, and now professionally, as we've worked hand in hand on a couple of things in the past, but I also know that Ms. Dean and the town manager have worked extensively in favor of getting an executive director in that position for some time, which we approved through ARPA funds. I believe it was for about $80,000, but I highly recommend this individual to fill this director's spot. And I'll pass it on to Ms. Dean I'm sure she's got a lot more than I've got to say.
I just wanted to share that in the past week, if I may, Chair,
Yep.
thank you. In the past week, I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from throughout the community on Mr. Karen. Not only does he have extensive public service, but he qualified for the job based on his real estate endeavors with Capital Associates. He was involved with some transactions in Lawrence, Mass., Baltimore, Maryland, and then very locally here in East Brookfield, he's helping with some dealings. We got positive feedback from planning board members. Anybody who has been involved in the town for over 15, 20 years seems to be responding well. It sounds like it's sort of the perfect fit for his personality, his skill set, et cetera. It was sort of feels like it was tailor fit to him. So I think it's a welcome opportunity. We're trying to set him up for as much success as possible in the downtown. We've already got the ball rolling. He was gracious enough to start working last week and came along on Wednesday for some site visits to some local buildings, and then attended some key meetings at the Chamber with Mass Growth Capital Corporation, Mass Development, and MOBD. So I feel like we've got the momentum, and he's just going to be off in smooth sailing. And I'll step away in case you wanted to hear from Mr. Karen himself.
Councilor Adams. Councilor Adams.
Councilor Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can barely hear. It must be the fan, I'm telling you. I can barely hear anybody saying anything up there. So, apologize. We, as a town council, voted in favor on March 28th for this position. And Ms. Dean had corrected me as I asked her some other questions about the position. This is specific to the core of our town, where the Redevelopment Authority has its requirements set in stone. And I just wanted to add a few more thoughts to that. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
Peg Dean says if you were around 15 years, you'd know who this gentleman is. I never made it a habit of voting for this gentleman in the past, but I want you to know he's a good friend of mine. We've had some discussions in the past about government, politics, economic development. Mark has come a long way, a knowledgeable guy. I will be supporting his appointment tonight because he is definitely qualified for this position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not only qualify for that position, and I think he's hard too for the town of Southbridge. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you know, I know Mr. Karen too. We all know Mr. Karen, former town councilor, former state rep. I think you were the original Beautify Southbridge guy. I did look at your resume online. You work for, you're a senior advisor, government relations at Capital Associates. So I would say you're definitely qualified. I would like to hear from Mr. Karen though, because to see exactly what his proposal is for this position. What are you bringing to the table? Are you bringing Capital Associates with you to the table? That would really be a plus for the town. What are your ideas, your plans? An outline, something like that. But absolutely, I will support this. Thank you.
Very good. Yep. Please.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you. My relationship with Capital Associates is one of great support. There's a lot of intricate pieces that go into building and re-energizing a downtown core. It doesn't just stay at the downtown. Some of it is how do you enrich the soil, the social soil, so that things and economic and business can actually flourish in your downtown. Otherwise, we may be here just saying, hey, celebrating ribbon cuttings for businesses that just see the fertile opportunities that are in downtown. We need to figure out what it is that can enrich our social soil so that that happens. I'm engaged, I'm energized, I'm humbled and actually honored by the support that has been voiced, thank you, prior to coming up. But there is a reach that I have through my association with Capital Associates that lends me some other experiences. For instance, today, good friends of mine just got appointed to the city manager's job up in Lowell. We have many mutual friends, and we have many mutual efforts in front of us. We were able to kind of collaborate in those measures kind of freely and speak freely. The engagement in East Brookfield is one, as it was part of my district. And that little community is, starting to energize itself too. I do get a sense of feeling. It's more than a sense of feeling, but I think I'm pretty accurate in recognizing that we are really on the doorstep of Renaissance here, with the energy and the direction and the wisdom that is in this administration. But that is brought because of the diligence and the wisdom that this body, this board, has brought in order to bring those people on. There is. I was thinking today, maybe what I would say, not prepared for Councilor Lazo's glowing endorsement. I thought I was going to have to defend myself a little more rigorously, but I get a feeling, there's an analogy, it's a sports analogy, and last night's game notwithstanding, I kind of feel like the Al Horford of the Celtics. You're there, they thought you were expendable, you kind of left, they ask you back. The team and the structure and the chemistry has changed just a little bit, and now's the right time to put that pie together to reach great success. I think we're here. It's refreshing to go through as I'm trying to catch up on where this administration is, where you are on some of these projects, and see that some of the efforts of days gone by, my days gone by, are still alive. I guess the good news is they're not dead. I guess if we have any criticism, it would be they're not done. But that is, I take it as my charge to make sure that that happens. I hope that answers your question.
Good enough.
Very good. Anyone else? Councilor Jovan.
Yeah, through you. I'd like to welcome Mark to this position. I know I had an opportunity, I believe, about a year ago, or maybe a little bit longer than that, when we were in the search for a new town manager, about conversation about direction of the town and vision for the town and how that all works in, and certainly Mark had a lot of good comments to reflect on about where are we as a community, where do we want to go, and as a team, how we're going to get there. So I'm glad that he was persistent to be able to bring to the table this new position, and through the efforts of our administration, the opportunity to bring him aboard because he does, even though he's a Tantascwa graduate.
I didn't hold it against him.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but what I mean is, Council Lauzon and I bleed Southbridge red,
We bleed red.
white, Southbridge boys through and
So
through.
does Daniels.
But, and it just, Mark's heart is really with the town of Southbridge and wanting to see us succeed. And we are at the doorstep of what he says, this renaissance in a community, and Mark and I have had a lot of conversations about, okay, we are coming through town, and I say this a lot at meetings about what we're seeing in development of Southbridge, but it's also the vision of master planning and all that and how that works. So I'm excited to see where this will take the community on this one-year journey and perhaps longer to really bring a vital business district downtown and that core, because we do have a lot to offer. So I thank you for putting your name forward. And all I would ask is that to make it official, one of the council's support that this be a roll call vote.
Very good. Anyone else? Very good.
Counselor Daniel.
Yes.
Counselor Dow.
Yes,
Counselor Jovan.
Yes.
Counselor Lazo.
Yep.
Counselor Marquetti.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Steves.
Yes.
Counselor Adams.
Yes.
8-0, motion passes.
Again, thank you. I'm humbled and honored. Thank you.
Welcome
Thank you.
home.
Item number 23, vote to ratify the agreement with Massachusetts Department of Transportation, MassDOT, for shared streets funding in the amount of $49,544 to purchase snow removal equipment on pedestrian ways and allow the town manager to sign any related documents.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's 4-0 in favor of. Send it up to Town Council for, we recommend it for approval. This is, if you recall, this grant, I believe there was 2 items for this grant. One was paint, higher level paint for our Main Street areas, and then the snow removal process. The Mass DOT denied turned down the one with the paint, but did approve this snow removal equipment for our sidewalks, which is obviously, we all know, is sorely needed during the wintertime.
Ms. Dean?
Yes, I have some unfortunate news. I was speaking with Matt this evening. The quote that we got is old enough that when I asked them to please, the second we were awarded, verify that this is still good. If it is not, we're going to need to go out for bids for the equipment. The quote came back just about $50,200. So at this point, we're going to have to go out to the state. There is a state bid list, which makes it easy to go out for these. But unfortunately, that means we're just going to be slightly shy on the grant. And so I'll have to come back to the town council for additional funds. What I would propose at that time is likely there are just a few $1,000s left in the Central Street parking lot funds from the parking lot work from fiscal year 17, fiscal year 18 CDBG grants. This might be a great way to close out those funds and use them to be able to make up the difference. So at a future date, I'll be coming to town council for that. Otherwise, it's very good news.
Very good. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I take it that there is a skid steer loader on the capital budget, and I take it that this is the funding for that skid steer, correct?
Yes, that's,
So then I would presume that would be taken off the capital list after tonight.
I would consult with Ms. Harnois, but we can come back and let you know officially. I'll make a note.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Adams.
So do we need to amend this or postpone this to once we get the quotes back? Because right now it's based on a quote of $49,000, just under $50,000. If it's going to be a little bit more, we need to know an exact amount.
Ms. Dean?
If I may, through you, there won't be any adjustment to the amount of the award that we'll be receiving from MassDOT at this point.
Okay, very well.
So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
So this motion is relevant, and then what we would do is come back with the amended amount and the additional funding source.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Steves?
Yeah, just a quick question. So this won't have a problem with actually getting the grant, will it? The fact that it went out?
No, we've been awarded, if we end up having to pay additional for the equipment, it's just on us, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Jove.
Again, I'd just like to publicly thank Ms. Dean for this grant. Again, we talked about capital and through the good work of the capital department. These are grants that we're getting, and I do understand the town fire chief, I think, sent us an email earlier today that we were awarded the grant for the urban grant for the ambulance. That just came in as well.
USDA Rural Facilities,
Right.
Emergency Healthcare Grant.
Right. So, again, lots of money that are being brought in by this department that is affecting our ability to reduce any impact on the taxpayers. So just thank you very much for that.
Just doing my job.
Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 24. Vote to approve applying for the Parkland Acquisitions and Renovations for Communities Park Grant Program to acquire 76 Central Street and construct a pocket park to be reimbursed up to $175,000 or 70% consistent with the urban renewal plan, and allow the town manager to sign any related documents.
So moved.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, 4-0 in favor of sending it to the town council, highly recommended. Just want to make note on this Parkland grant, or the park grant itself. $175,000 from the state, $75,000 would come from miscellaneous. I believe it's miscellaneous account that we have on the from CDBG money. Yeah, CDBG miscellaneous income account. So it'll be covered as far as paying for the whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Marquetti.
So on this one, we're applying for the park grant, $175,000, up to 70% of the needed funds, and $75,000 up to 70%, so it could be less than that, and $75,000 of CDBG money, for a total of $250,000 for 76 Central Street Pocket Park, which is about 0.06 acres of land. And first of all, I think this is sort of putting the cart before the horse. This is for the rail trail. We don't know if we're getting the rail trail money yet. We don't know if it'll be funded or built. So it seems to me that it would be better to use the rail trail money on this, if awarded, and use this grant on improving our other parks. I think I've said in the past, we have a lot of parks in town which are in need of improvements, and I feel there should be some equitable funding among all the parks in town. A few parks get all the funding, some neighborhood parks barely get anything. As an example, Morris Street needs a lot of work on the field. Grass is overgrowing on the diamonds. There's water drainage issues. The playground needs work. The basketball courts are cracking. I've been advocating for those improvements since I got on the council. A walking path would be good down there for the senior center. I've talked about Morris Street in the past. Last year, I thought we discussed at P&D that we were going to provide some equitable funding for other parks. And each year, the councilors seem to agree with me, but yet it doesn't happen. So I think $250,000 would go a long way towards fixing some of the problems at Morris Street Park. There was also a market appraisal and a yellow book appraisal. I haven't seen those appraisals on this property. I haven't seen them yet. And I don't see a completed application form on this document either, whereas the shared streets had a complete, very detailed application form included. So I don't know what the rush is on this pocket park. Somebody else buys the building, so be it. That's economic development. So I would just think we should wait on this. Use that, you're not handing this in until July. Use it on other parks. I like Morris Street. If you have another park in mind, that's fine. But there's no equitable funding here for parks in town. There's some that are completely neglected, and some get all the funds. So that's how I feel about it. And that's it. Thank you.
Council Steves?
Yeah, thank you. Back at the subcommittee meeting, I had asked about setting up an executive session so we could actually talk about this, since it was brought up that these appraisals are not subject to public disclosure, at least as we know them. And I have not seen anything like that happen. So I really would like to see us talk about this and clarify how much this property is actually worth. I have no problem with the concept in itself, and I do think that if it does end up getting tied into the rail trail, I think it would be nice. But I really want to see what this project is worth, so that we know that we're getting a decent value for the dollar, for the money we're spending, because this is public funding, even if it is grant money. So,
very good. Council Oslo.
How much actual land are we getting that we're moving to purchase?
The entire parcel.
What's that?
The entire parcel.
Which is?
As Council-
Quarter acre, half acre?
0.06 acres, 1/16 of an acre.
A 16th of an acre?
About a 16th of an acre.
For $250,000.
$250,000.
I know we can't get into the appraisal in that discussion. I understand that. I agree with Gus. I do like the concept. But $250,000, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, there's so much more we could do for the town than a postage stamp 16th of an acre. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dean?
Yes, without addressing point for point the many things that Councilor Marquetti brought up that I'd love to address. I don't want to take too much of your time tonight. I do just want to doubly emphasize, I do have in the motion there, consistent with the urban renewal plan. We have to trust these very well-paid consultants that we often comment on are very expensive, are strategic in their suggestions. And so in the urban renewal plan you have had since 2011 to take that property for the rail trail as the design would be complemented. The $250,000 does not represent the entire acquisition. Happy to bring this up in executive session, but thank you for bringing up, Councilor Steves, that this cannot be discussed otherwise. And the reason we're coming to you for from the Land Water Conservation Fund to the park grant is because the grant administrator is looking out for the town and trying to help us. Land Water Conservation Funds can sometimes be delayed by 2 years because they're federal funds that are they can just be held, and the timelines are harder to marry up to. And this would be a better match. It would be a 50-50 versus the 70-30. And the reason we're sort of rushing is because we're trying to line this up with the TIP, because we can tuck the design in through VHB's TIP project, and then we can couple the work with the TIP project. We can actually go out for concurrent work through that bid, and that would potentially reduce the amount of the cost to do the work. Hence the up to. We're hoping it would come in less.
Council Steves.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out, I just quickly looked up the assessor's page. For the current year's valuation of the total property, land and buildings is $61,000.
Excuse me, repeat that?
It's assessed at $61,000. It's 0.06 acres, as Councilor Marquetti pointed out. Oh, and would this grant also be covering demolition of the property? I'm assuming that's the intention, right?
Correct.
Is that covered in the grant as well?
Mm-hmm.
So do we have a rough estimate of what demolition cost would actually be?
I'm starting to feel like we're probably we're delving into numbers, and I don't feel comfortable. So I would prefer it, if you wanted to discuss it at executive session, that it was left at that. These are real estate transaction related things.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we postpone this subject to executive session discussion.
Second motion.
Very good. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Councilor Jovan.
Do you think other councils could have an opportunity to discuss this grant before we vote to postpone it to executive session? Because I'd like to respond to Councilor Marquette's point before. I have no problem postponing it for further discussion, but I think I'd like an opportunity to be heard.
Certainly. Councilor Jovan.
You guys?
Withdraw my second.
Okay, I'll postpone it for a moment.
All right. Councilor Jovan.
Thank you. Through you, I understand the whole concept that what we're trying to do, and I do welcome a conversation in executive session. I just wanted to comment on Councilor Marquette's point about Morris Street Field, and he has been very passionate about that field and about what we can do. And I'm looking at the whole approach of what we're trying to do as a town through economic development, the rail trail, and how all these pieces fit. And in the memo, it states that we got $400,000 to do McCann Field, correct? $400,000 to do McCann, which is Henry Street Field, right? So Henry Street's been addressed. We do not control West Street Field or Dresser Street Field. That is on the school department. So the only field, to Council Marquette's point, that is a town recreational field that we haven't addressed is West Street Field. I mean, as Morris Street. And that complex. And I certainly agree, and and I'm trying to look at, I would like to see if the council could support some kind of either ad hoc committee or committee to take a look, to sit on Morris Street and bring a group of individuals together to talk about Morris Street Field and what the vision for that field is, and work with the town manager and the finance department. We do have other pockets of money. We do have the ARPA money. We do have health, not that we want to tap into stabilization, but we do have stabilization money. But develop what is the vision for that field without delaying the delaying the downtown economic deployment, and develop a plan to address Morris Street. And how does that work into the community center that's up there? And do a comprehensive evaluation of that whole area and come up with a concrete plan and work with our money and federal monies to say this is what we'd like to address for that neighborhood. And work it as a comprehensive plan for the community. So thank you for the time and allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Just a second. I want to make a note. Just a second. Thank you for your indulgence. Councilor Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you. I understand what everybody tried to do, save money, and people think it's a lot of money, but I think that railroad is being processed for a long time, and now we're almost there. And I think we discussed that in the past. And we give her the okay to move forward and get more information to be able to keep going with the plan and the railroad and improve the downtown. And every time she get to a point like, okay, we're ready to roll, we stop her. We delay time, and then we go discuss it, and at the end we vote yes. Why we want to waste the time? The ball is rolling. Why you want to stop it? And I understand where Council Marquette and Council Lazo come from, 250,000. But this is the market right now. This is what the building going, especially in downtown. It's not going to get more cheaper. It's going to keep going up and up and up. If we move forward 10 years ago when I believe the plan was designed at that time, we wouldn't be paying 250,000. But because the council, they keep delaying things, the stopping things, nothing is being moving forward in the town. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan, then Councilor Steves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Dean. Would holding off for 2 weeks to allow us to have an executive session to go over appraisal amounts affect the ability of you being able to submit this grant on time?
No, and I should also clarify that I have a bit of a reluctance to complete a full application for the council if I have any concerns that it's not going to be approved. My time is incredibly stretched trying to do as much as I can for the town, and so I pick and choose my priorities based on, how I think it's best spent. So just understand that's why I didn't bring a full application here tonight, is one, I'm either backed up with so much other stuff, or two, there's a chance that you may not approve it and I need to, wait until I have that green light. So no, I have no problem waiting the 2 weeks. It's due July 14th, and so I could just focus on it the 2 weeks after that.
Okay, if I can continue, I would support waiting till we had an executive session to go over all the information. It's a lot of money to go off of without having all that appraisal information and insight from you about this piece of land. We want to do good work. An extra 2 weeks to make sure we do our due diligence and understand how this money is being spent is not inappropriate, considering we have plenty of time to submit before deadline. So that would be my recommendation as well. Thank you.
Very good. Council Steves, then Council Lazo.
I was more or less going to say a lot of what Jackie just said, but also I just wanted to point out that even whatever we decide with this particular parcel, it does not necessarily change the fact that a lot of us, we've already voted in favor of the rail trail as a whole. And that the project, that project, hopefully the grant money for that project comes through and we can complete that, as we've already talked about at length on several occasions. I think that would be a wonderful project to get this done, especially going through the downtown corridor. I think when we talk about doing this, this particular parcel is just kind of an adjunct to the trail itself. And that trail could be done without this parcel. And this little pocket park. However, to address what Councillor Dow said a little while ago, I think that, as I mentioned earlier, making sure that we know what the money is for and what the actual the numbers are is simply doing our due diligence for the taxpayers. Even if it is grant money, it's still ultimately tax money.
Council Lazo.
I don't want to prolong the discussion, but I have to say, I agree with all the previous speakers, including Joe Dow. And I have to tell you, it's, as Jack Jovan always said, the plan. You want to talk about Morrow Street? Where's the plan? We have a plan on the rail. We have the intent of what we want to do with the rail trail. We're not guaranteed that money yet. And even on this parcel of land, the only thing I want to do is due diligence, that we look at it, and if we have to go in executive session, and there's eminent domain, there's expense, there's demolition, there's a lot more there than just $250,000. If it was that clean, then for a 1/16 of an acre, I don't know of any market, not even the market we're in, where that's located, that would be valued that high. So for me, I'd rather, if we can take the time to go into executive session and lay out the plan, and it fits, if all the pieces fit and they're moving, I'm going to favor it. But I'm taken aback by the volume of money that has to go into such a little place.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just remind the councilors, first of all, I agree with Councilor Marquetti. This is something that we have not forgotten about. This
27th. 6
Thank you.
and
Thank you, Peg.
21 is 27.
It's the 27th, yeah.
Thank you, Peg. Okay, moving along. Item number 25, vote to approve the community center transfer request of $130.45 from account number 001-549-543000 M&I Building to account number 001-549-523000 Water Sewer to cover water sewer account. Allow the town manager to sign related documents.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Jovan.
Thank you. This was unanimous by all at the meeting. For Council Marquette's knowledge, I did ask why they didn't account for this in their budget.
I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't catch that.
He didn't hear it.
It was just, we did ask, this was just an unanticipated cost because of the sewer price.
All right.
And it's a Council Marquette question that you usually ask, so I did ask it for you, Council.
Very good. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 26, vote to approve the town manager's transfer request of $50.57 from account number 001123-530000, specialized services, to account number 001123-578000, miscellaneous expenses, to cover department head lunch, May 19, 2022, and allow the town manager to sign related documents.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. This was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee. This large bill of $50 was just for coffee, donuts, and snacks and the likes for the department head meeting.
Any discussion? Councilor Lazo?
Any future dinners like this, if you call Joe Dow and I will donate it.
And you?
Yeah, you and I.
Thank you.
There you go,
I'll
Mr.
be
Manager.
happy to be your partner for
No,
donation.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. What we were trying to do here is, we talked about in the course of the budget some appreciation for staff and things, but this is one of the first times we really had the opportunity to get everybody in a room. We did online virtual meetings with staff during COVID and things, and we don't always have a meeting every month, but we try and get folks together and go around the room, and it was during budget season, and we thought it'd be a nice, and we shopped around to make sure we could get discounts. My staff did, but it really was to get people together, get them talking, sharing ideas, and appreciate the work that they've been doing. So thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion? Very well. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 27, vote to transfer $82,500 from principal on long-term debt number 001710.59100 to interest on long-term debt number 001710.59150 to cover the final debt payments for fiscal year 2022 and allow the town manager to sign related documents.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee.
Very good. Discussion. All set. Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 28, ordered that the authorized unused balances of loan orders of the town council are hereby rescinded. Amount number $225,000, sewer generator transfer switch, passed June 15th, 2015. $350,000, water engineering low storage tank, June 15th, 2015. $1,910,900, construction of biotower system, June 20th, 2016. $6 million, Town of Charlton water mains, May 1st, 2017, $99, electrical upgrades at wastewater treatment plant, June 25th, 2018, $1 million, Main Street water main replacement, May 28th, 2020, a two-thirds vote is required.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended by the General Government Subcommittee unanimously. Just so people understand, this is unused loan balances. So this isn't money that we actually have sitting in accounts. This is affecting our borrowing capacity. So this is money that we have to borrow on these items. In order to free up borrowing capacity for other items, we have to release these holds. So it's not that we have $6 million sitting there from the Town of Charlton water mains. It's that we have $6 million which we have left authorized to use to borrow to do work on those that we do not need.
Right. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess that was the question I was going to ask. Are these projects completed, and is this unencumbered funds? That's the question that I had.
Ms. Harnoy.
Through the chair, thank you. What is the case in this is in each one of these, either we used a different source of funding since we didn't need to borrow, so we saved some interest costs. In the case of we kind of went through line by line in the General Government Subcommittee. In the case of the Town of Charlton water mains, we had to authorize the full amount of the project at $10 million, but we got $5 million from the state and we only had to borrow $4 million. So that's why we're rescinding it. So these are loan authorizations, like Councilor Ryan had said. We did not borrow the money, and at this time we do not need the money. Do not need to borrow.
Okay.
So if there's any specific questions on any of the certain projects, I can answer for you.
And the other question I have is why is two-thirds vote required?
When anything that has to do with debt by the law, it's two-thirds, and it's actually two-thirds roll call vote required.
Well, I was reading the Division of Local Services, borrowing authorization, rescission, or reduction. Cities and towns and districts may rescind or reduce borrowing authorizations only to the extent that no liabilities have been incurred and no third-party rights have vested by issuing debt or executing contracts for the project. Rescission or reduction of votes are approved by a majority vote of the legislative body. So am I missing something, or unless it's in the charter? I thought, well, maybe it's in the charter.
I couldn't hear that well. So you're reading something from the charter? Is that what you're saying?
Is there something in the charter that requires two-thirds vote, or?
No, it's the Mass General Law. Where are you reading from?
I'm reading from DLS, Department of Local Services. So if it's Mass General Law?
It's Mass General Law,
okay,
yes.
that's fine. I thank you.
Good. Anyone else? Very well. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Dow?
Yes.
Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Lazo?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Steves?
Yes.
Counselor Adams?
Yes.
And Counselor Daniel?
Yes. Vote passes 8-0. Two-thirds met. Item number 29, vote to appropriate $139,148.38 free cash to the stabilization fund number 0840.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee. This amount being put in will bring the total amount to over $5 million in stabilization.
Any discussion? Councilor Jovan.
Through you, I guess the finance director, why just the odd amount like that? Is that the balance that's
That's
left?
the balance of the remaining free cash, I believe.
Does that take into account of the reductions that were in free cash from the votes for the capital plan?
Yes, so that's the exact amount left after the capital plan, the OPEB allotment, which is on the agenda tonight, and the $30,000 on the agenda for the TPW pollution abatement project, which is also on the agenda tonight. So that's the remaining balance of free cash.
Through you to the finance director.
Certainly.
I thought the fire department forestry truck was somewhere around 250, and it was taken out of the capital plan. Correct? So was there not going to be any money to transfer to stabilization based on that?
Through the chair. The fiscal year 23 capital plan was voted at $1,833,000. And also what came out of free cash previously was a vote for the West Street infrastructure improvements. And it was also up for consideration for ARPA. So we said if any of that ends up being funded by ARPA funds rather than free cash, then we could transfer some of that to stabilization in the future. I'm not sure if that was your question, but...
No, I thought the forestry truck was like 225 or 250. We took that out of the capital plan.
Correct.
And this amount is only 139. Was there a different amount that was originally going to go into OPEB? I've been just trying to figure out the numbers.
Right, the town manager and I discussed the OPEB, and $350,000 we're recommending to go into there, which is probably a little bit more than what we were originally thinking of. So that's probably why it wasn't around the $250,000.
Great.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering when we could start funding the capital stabilization account, since most of the free cash goes into capital. Maybe we should start putting some of these funds into the capital stabilization account. At some point, I would like to see that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 30, vote to appropriate $350,000 from free cash to the other post-employment benefits OPEB trust fund project number 83600.
So moved.
Second? I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. This was recommended 3-1 by the General Government Subcommittee, with Councilor Steves opposed. He cited his consistent opposition to OPEB, as he feels is a double dipping of funds, since we currently pay out OPEB benefits.
Very good. Discussion. Councilor Steves.
That pretty much summarizes my viewpoint. But I also want to add that I would like to see this money being used on a more current basis for some of the stuff that we really need to get done. I don't like the idea of sitting it there, letting it sit there for 25 years, and to pay off something that we are already paying. I've always disliked the way the OPEB thing is structured. It's kind of the same situation. For a while ago, I worked at the Postal Service, and there was a big furor over the issues of the Postal Service being forced to prepay long-term. I don't know if it was exactly OPEB or something, but it was something very similar over the course of decades, and that was bankrupting them. And this is the same, very similar situation as far as I see. And I don't see it as being a good use of our funds when we're already paying the retirees both their benefits and their pensions. We have always paid it. We've never had a problem with paying it. I understand the argument that was made at GenGov that there might theoretically be a time when our budget can't support that, but then I hate to say it, but our budget won't be able to support a lot of other things if that ends up being the situation. And we will have to end up having to make cuts someplace. We are paying them. I have no desire to hurt our retirees by any means, but I don't think this is fair to the taxpayers as a whole.
Very good. Councilor Ryan.
I just wanted to follow up with Ms. Harnoy, because at the General Government Subcommittee, I asked what was the outstanding liability Southbridge has, and you didn't have an exact number at that time. Do you have that number tonight?
I actually
OPEB.
do not have the exact number, but I believe it was about 40
million.
plus million dollars.
Seems the manager might have a response.
Mr. Manager.
So when I did the budget presentation, we had a draft audit from last year. And so from the end of last fiscal year, I had that we had an unfunded OPEB balance of $53.5 million. So our funded ratio at this point is we're about 3.97% funded. But when you look at what we've done for pension, which we're required, we're about just under 75% funded. And that's because we're required. But, you know, this is something that the rating agencies also look at. They want to make sure that you're keeping up to date with these things, because at some point there will be a problem. And the idea is to build a fund in there to help offset the costs as they continue to grow. So it has been an area that I think we haven't been funding at the rate we should. So when we came back and looked the other day, we thought maybe we should put our stabilization fund balance is very healthy. So why not take some of this money and increase slightly our OPEB contribution?
Okay. Council Jovan.
Thank you. Through you, I agree with Council Steves. I mean, I understand the impact that unfunded liabilities have. It was Chelsea that had unfunded liabilities that bankrupted the town. But this is a prime example about how another agency is telling you how to run your town. And I get we have to fund this, and the bonding agencies, so they really have us over a barrel. But to put this burden on the towns years later because they didn't plan how pensions were going to go, it's a tough nut, because I think, for me, I know we were putting $250 away, and there was a plan at one time to use solar money to try to fund that. That was at least what was told to us by the former town manager, that we were going to take solar money to use this, that would be the funding source for it. Just like we looked at, hey, how are we going to fund the roads plan? Well, we'll use marijuana money. And that was, the prime example was, we'll use this solar income to fund this OPEB and get a regular revenue source in without impacting, and it's great that we have free cash, but $350,000 would go a long way on some other projects that we have. So I'll reluctantly support it tonight, but it's just too bad that we're in this position.
Very good.
For the record, too, we're not the only town. This is a Massachusetts issue throughout the Commonwealth. So for the taxpayers out there, this is not something that the town of Southbridge has. There's many communities that are struggling with the same issue, just for the record.
Council Steves.
If I can go slightly off topic, just slightly, but it's certainly related to the fact that the taxpayers keep getting tattooed by long-term costs on the grounds of the massive amounts of interest we borrow for projects. I think if we could get rid of that, I might be more willing to do something like this. But when we spend more than half of our money for projects goes to interest, that is grossly unfair, and that needs to change.
Good. Council Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. So, to the town manager, what is the minimum amount that we are required to put into this?
There's no minimum on OPEB. That's the difference. The pension, we're mandated as to what our requirements are to put in there, but OPEB, it's left alone. That's why a lot of communities haven't really funded it, and that's why we're at only just under 4% funded, because we're not required to make annual minimum contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? 1, 2, 6-2. The motion passes. Item number 31. Vote to appropriate $30,637.62 from free cash to the DPW Pollution Abatement Project number 0335 to fund Amendment number 17 with Gannett Fleming for engineering and environmental services.
Second.
Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this was recommended unanimously by the General Government Subcommittee.
Any discussion? Councilor Marquetti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. For 3 years now, I think this has been about the same amount of money for the DPW Pollution Abatement Project going to Gannett Fleming for engineering and environmental services. So that's the old cotton property. I don't really know what's going on there, why we keep spending money on an engineering. To look at this contamination, it's contaminated. I'm kind of curious as to when we are going to be required to actually clean it up, instead of just constantly paying for someone just to oversee on this project. I know it's going to be very expensive. I thought we recently voted on looking at some brownfield grants, and I'm just wondering if we could continue to look at that and try and get some brownfield grants to pay for some of this. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Steves?
Yeah, just to answer Councilor Marquetti's question and more for the public, I guess, and for you. As I understand it, the whole reason we keep doing this is the feds and the state keep coming forward with changes to the proposal to cap the project. And they keep coming up with little things that they don't like and that they want our engineers to change, which is Gannett and Fleming. And this project has been in limbo since basically we bought the property, as I think you're aware, and it's become a huge money pit that I think if we had even half an idea of how much of a mess this would have been, we would have never bought that property. We probably should not have.
Anyone else? Very good. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Item number 32, vote to appropriate $422,884.66 from water retained earnings to the Water Stabilization Fund number 0845.
So moved.
Second.
I don't know who had this in committee. Anyone have this in committee? Councilor, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, speaking with Ms. Harnois earlier today, we have to make some adjustments to the amount to appropriate, so I think we were going to ask that this be taken up at a later date. So,
Make a motion to postpone to June 27th.
Second.
We have a vote to postpone until June 27th. All those in favor? Unanimous of all present. Item number 33, amendments to the Southbridge zoning map to change the following. A, changing 333 East Main Street through 505 East Main Street from manufacturing to general business. B, changing 1, 6, and 28 Sandersdale Road and map 44 lot 17 from manufacturing to general business. C, changing 23, 27, 31, and 35 Gulf Street from manufacturing to R2. D, changing 39 Old Woodstock Road from manufacturing to R2. E, changing 70, 78 Jennison Street from office research to R2. F, changing map 44 lot 29 and 37 Kingsley Street from office research to R2. G, changing 72 Doughty Street and map 44 lots 47, 50, and 56 Doughty Street from office research to manufacturing. H, changing 66, 73, 94, 105, 121, 126, 134, and 234 Ashland Avenue from office research to manufacturing. Third reading, June 6, 2022. Any discussion? Councilor Steves.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose, based on the discussions we've had in previous meetings on this issue, I would like to propose that we instead of changing, where'd it go? 23, 27, 31, and 35 Gulf Street from manufacturing R2, I think we should be changing it from manufacturing to general business. That would still allow most of the proposals that we have heard about that property, those properties, to still be able to happen, which they wouldn't be able to happen in the residential districts. So that's my motion.
We have a motion.
Was that a formal motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Very good. Council Lazo.
Question. This is where what I call the Stanco building, the commercial building?
Yes.
The manufacturing?
Yeah, that's the Gulf Street
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I'm doing.
Council Ryan.
Just for further clarification, this is that church building, correct, that got changed over?
That's in there.
I don't support this change. There's only one property that's not being used for residential right now in that lot zone. It's the church, and it's currently in the one property that is being used, it's a church. So a church is going to be put anywhere. It makes more sense with the general neighborhood to make it all uniform instead of having this one strip that would be out of place in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood. I think the planning board has put in a lot of effort. They had a public hearing. They made changes based on public input that made sense. I wouldn't recommend making this change and doing a spot zone. That would be my ultimate concern. Thank you.
Council Steves.
It's actually not a spot zone because it would be attached. My point is have it be attached to that red zone there. It's the neighboring section of the green zone.
But the rest of those properties are residential.
Yeah, it's that one side of the street which would be attached to the red zone, it's not spot zoning. Yes, I recognize that they're residential, but it's currently it is currently manufacturing. So that's not going to change the fact that they're residential houses. That's not going to make any change to that. They're still being used as residences. In fact, it's probably actually kinder to them to be in a general business zone than it is to be in a manufacturing zone.
But I want to go to a residential zone.
Could the councilor speak in the mic, please, so we could hear her?
Please use the mic.
Are you talking to me or to Councilor Ryan?
Well, point of order. You have two councilors talking not through the chair, and one's not talking through a microphone, so us out here can't hear that councilor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Point taken.
Okay. Council Lazo.
This particular parcel was created with a manufacturing, and again, I lived in that neighborhood my whole life, well, most of my life, when I was younger in high school. So the building was, the way it's constructed, all the parking's in behind it, all the manufacturing deliveries are behind it. The only thing is the front office is on the street side. So it's almost like it was built to be there. And the last thing I want to do as a councilor is hurt business and leave it manufacturing. So in the future, if the church moves out or sells it, that it's a viable business. I mean, we keep catering to housing. By the time we get done with all the housing, we need to lean more into industry. I mean, that's how you widen your tax base. So for me, I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. I'm very familiar with this. I think Councilor Steves is right, and I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
Clarification question. Is that the property being mentioned usable in today's manufacturing standards?
Yes.
To the planning person.
Potentially as a machine shop or something similar. However, the church, I believe, does plan on removing the loading dock, which is along the side of the building, as well as making numerous changes to the building to make it more functional for their use as a church.
All right. Anyone else? Councilor Joanne.
Through you. So the amendment, though, is just to change it from manufacturing to a general business use, not to the R2 use.
Yeah, it'll be general business, not
Right,
R2.
correct?
Right.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Very well.
I
sorry.
misunderstood. I thought he was, I'm sorry. the previous speaker, I thought that we were going to leave that as is, not general business. I thought we were going to leave it as that.
No, that was,
he wants to
that
change
was to make it, to change it to general business rather than R2. Because if we leave it as manufacturing, it makes more sense as a part of the general business zone, because some of the things that are already being allowed in manufacturing can be done in general business too, as I understand it, by special permit. Is that correct? For the most part?
Yes. that is
And with this particular building, to reply to what Councilor Ryan just said a few minutes ago, is that if this, assuming if the church leaves there, it could still be used as a general business facility in various capacities, even if they do, for example, lose their loading dock or whatever. They could still be used for some other general business purpose. Whereas if it goes into residential and the church leaves, it will never be used for anything business, because it will be a residential property. Except maybe a home-based business of some sort. Go ahead.
Councilor Dow and then Councilor Lazo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to you. It's like he keep coming back and we argue the same thing, he'll leave and come back. Can we leave that only parcel with the churches, only Pacific, what now is being zoning as, to move forward?
No.
Can you explain why?
Of course.
Thank
If we left just that parcel as manufacturing, it would be spot zoning, which is illegal by general law, federal law, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not possible to do that. We'd have to tie it into some other parcel somewhere that is adjacent manufacturing.
Can I continue?
Continue.
The other parcel, it's look like a commercial, like they can be used, or only houses?
The remainder of the parcels on the street?
The rest, yeah.
They are all houses.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
They're all apartment buildings, they're not single-family homes that are in this district. If we leave it the way it is, it's still legal as manufacturing. It becomes a spot zone when we change it to residential or general business. You can never go back to manufacturing. That's spot zoning.
No, it's not.
Leaving it the way it is not spot zoning, because it's a pre-existing non-conforming. What you're doing is you're flipping it into another zone where you cannot go back. That's why spot zoning would, like somebody said at one meeting, oh, we can go back to it if somebody wants. No, that's now with spot zoning. Leaving it the way it is leaves it as its most value, manufacturing and general business. So I'm not in favor of either proposal, to be honest with you. I want to leave it the way it is as manufacturing.
Councilor Jovan.
Thank you. So first off, through you, I want to thank Eric. I stated that I would go and ride that area, and he took me out to that area, and I thank him for that. And I certainly understand the thought process behind the planning board, that the other properties are these residential 2 families, and you have this one building that was in the middle of this road. And then I look at, to Councilor Lazo's point, before that hill went there, when they redid Woodstock Road, North Woodstock Road, that had a lot of frontage on Main Street. So it looked, hey, it's a manufacturing building right there. So I certainly understand the thought process behind the planning board as to, hey, the majority of this area is residential. That's perhaps our thought to leave it. But you have that one manufacturing possibility building. Yes, it is a church. So if they're already allowed to be a church there, the other parcels, I don't believe anybody would ever build any other manufacturing there outside of that one building. But that building's been there for manufacturing. Leave it manufacturing and let them do whatever they want. If something comes up later on, let it come before the board. But that's my point. I certainly understand the rest of the properties. Certainly had no problem with the way it looked and how they wanted to go about that. But that one piece of property, yes, it's right there in the residential area, but it's been there forever. So I'd say just leave it manufacturing. Let the church go in there. If they stay there for 100 years, they stay there for 100 years, and we never talk about it. If they leave and that and we take a look at a future planning board, takes a look at that, whatever their plans are to reconfigure the building, and at that point, it really doesn't look like it's gonna be able to be manufacturing, then bring it back before the council. Thank you.
Very good. Council Lazo.
The reason why I feel so strong about this, the Director of Inspections came into one of my business areas, was looking for space for manufacturing. And it seems to me that we do not have a lot of manufacturing areas outside of the American Optical, which constantly, everybody that comes to town ends up going into the American Optical. There are other parts of our town that can do manufacturing in various other zones, but when you have one that's manufacturing and it's going to be a church, why lose the value of the manufacturing lot? What if a company comes in and they want to buy it, make it manufacturing, go to the planning board? Let's keep it manufacturing, and if it changes, let the planning board of the future deal with it. But right now, to turn around and say, well, we just want residential in this area. We're short. We have plenty of residential. We're short on manufacturing. If it's about jobs and economic development, it's not in housing. It's in manufacturing. Thank you.
Council Steves.
I was thinking along the same kind of lines, but I was thinking that at the moment, just to make a point, that the motion on the floor is to change it to general business, which is a broader spectrum of businesses. Through you to Eric, which kinds of businesses can go in general business that cannot go into manufacturing, or vice versa?
It's mostly retail uses that are allowed in general business that are not allowed in manufacturing. And conversely, uses that are allowed in manufacturing that are not allowed in general business include adult uses and mines, essentially.
Which we don't have any of anyway. So.
Unless somebody does a test pit and finds oil, no. Or diamonds, or who knows what else, lithium,
In that area,
whatever.
they're not going to. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So in effect, for practical purposes, then, they are essentially the same for all practical purposes.
I'm sorry.
I said for all practical purposes, then, as far as Southbridge is concerned, they're essentially the same.
They're very similar.
Yeah.
The general business does expand upon the retail uses,
Right.
Allowing restaurants, drive-throughs, et cetera, which is, the main reason for the large piece of red that was
Right.
previously orange.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. That's exactly why I wanted to attach it to that section that's red. Because it makes more sense that way.
Mr. Dunphy.
I'm sorry,
Mr. Ramsey. Ramsey.
To carry on that thought, multifamily uses are also allowed in general business that are not allowed in manufacturing. So
which is what
that would
these
also
current-
make the apartment buildings and multifamily housing there to be more legal than previous.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Very good. Council Lazo.
Mr. Chairman, I misunderstood the motion. I'd like to withdraw my second on the amendment.
Very good. Is there a second to the motion? There being done the motion, the amendment does not advance.
Mr. Chairman?
Council Lazo.
I'd like to make an amendment changing C by leaving it as manufacturing and not changing it.
Second.
So in other words, you're moving to delete that line.
Yeah.
Just remove the line.
Then eliminate C if that's the answer. I'll make a motion that we eliminate C.
Second.
And there's a second. Very good. Discussion on that amendment. Very well. All those in favor? Hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? Motion, the amendment passes 7-1 to delete item C. Any further discussion on making any amendments to the proposed zoning map changes? Very good. Let's move on to item number 34. Vote to accept the amendments to the Southbridge zoning map.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Very good. All those in favor?
Roll call, please, Mr.
Roll call. Very good. Roll call vote.
Counselor Adams?
Sorry. What was that?
Do you
Yes.
vote? Yes. Counselor Daniel?
Yes.
Counselor Dow? Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Lazo?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
And Counselor Steves?
Yes.
Very good. Motion passes 8-0. The zoning map changes have been approved
As amended.
Thank you very much.
as amended.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I want
Manager.
to apologize. This is my fault. I had asked Counselor Adams a question right when the roll call was being taken. So,
Thank you. Item number 35, discuss review of the town manager's performance evaluation and goals and objectives scoring packet.
I'll go first.
Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make note real quick. I know where the fans are going off over here, and they don't sound like they makes a lot of sound over there, but they do. So if you're not speaking in the mic, please do speak in the mic so we can hear everything that's happening. All right. So in front of you, I changed up. I know we received our town council packet. I made some changes to it on the first page. I'm sorry, the second page.
Did you make copies?
I made copies for everybody. Did you not get one?
You did not get me.
There you go. The missing link. There it is. There. I found it. All right. So I just want to go over this really quick. The town manager has a presentation to give. The final tabulation score sheet, when I talked about the performance evaluate, when I put the performance evaluation categories together, they're the same ones as we voted on last year, and it's the same council. The goals and objectives were approved by the town council on November 1st, 2021, so I moved forward. The real big change here, besides the goals and objectives, is scoring sheet of 1 through 5 by 0 through 3. That's based off the ICMA guidelines and recommendations. Also, under where you'll see performance, you'll see far below, this is on the first page, far below expectations all the way to far exceeds expectations. That is also off the ICMA guidelines for town manager evaluations. I may note in here, councilors will provide a score of 1 to 5 only. Do not fractionalize these points. Another star on here I put on is if a councilor gives the town manager a 1, 2, which would be far below expectations and below expectations, or a 5, which far exceeds expectations in any category, that councilor must provide factual evidence in writing under councilor comments. If there's no factual evidence provided in writing, then the score will not be tabulated into the town manager's score. This is similar to last year, though it was a 0 and a 3 score. The due date for the evaluation themselves will be June 17th to the HR department, and only a hard copy will be acceptable due to privacy laws. I would highly recommend that as the counselors are doing this evaluation, they set up a time to have a conversation with the town manager, to have a good conversation, because there may be something that we missed or he missed or whatever it may be. So you could have obviously a professional conversation about his evaluation from you as a counselor. At the last page, the very last page, is a scoring rubric. So you think if you see 1 to 26 is far below, 27 through 30 is below expectations, 31 to 35 achieves expectations, 36 to 40 exceeds expectations, and 41 to 45 far exceeds expectations. This was based off a simple A, B, C, D, F calculation that we all learned in school. And I will answer any questions I possibly can for you at this point in time.
Sir.
Councilor Jovan.
No, through you, I'd like to thank Council Adams for, Council Damian for putting this together. I'd just like to make a motion that we accept the town manager's performance evaluation goals and objectives as an evaluation instrument for the town manager's performance.
Second.
Very good. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous of all present. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All set.
I guess, do we have a date when you wanted these back?
17th June. And it needs to be turned into 17th, yes, to the HR department, Adriana. If you need envelopes, grab one from Noah, or I'll bring some in, put them in your boxes.
Councilor Ryan.
Can I have a copy sent electronically to all the councils as well? I prefer to
Absolutely.
type
I'll
mine
get
out.
that to you sometime tomorrow. Is that all right? Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Manager.
Give me one moment, Mr. Chair.
I think you have to plug it in, Mr.
PC was shut off, so just take a minute.
There we go.
Someday you might upgrade that from the Windows side.
Technology. I don't tell jokes, so I'm just happy to give it. If this takes any longer, I'll try and swap the one over there. Better.
This will be edited out. This will be edited out.
What do we got here? Doesn't want to play. We've used this PC in the past for presentations, and I'm not sure why it won't start here. It's coming up in the back. All right, here we go. So I think you should be able to see that now, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about the delay. So when Councilor Adams had presented this to me, and I had talked with Councilor Jovan last fall, we have the review period going from September, when you did my first review, to present day. So that's approximately 9 months, 8 to 9 months. And in November, the council adopted some goals from me, and at that time, they understood that I had things on my plate, but that, you were looking for me to start some of those. So what I thought I would do is just give you an update on the goals that were presented last November, and then also an overview of the types of activities that I've been working on since last September, just so that people are aware of what we do. And most of the things I have on here are exclusive of a lot of the day-to-day things that we do here at Town Hall, which would include regular dealing with staff, correspondence, constituent services, council questions, and meetings. So I'll try and go through these as quickly as possible. One of the first goals was personnel and financial. It was implementation of the Human Resources Town Hall reorganization plan, and there were several expectations. And in order to minimize the presentation, I didn't put all the expectations, but basically the results here are in line with the expectations that we were to hire an HR director, assistant town manager, and a benefits coordinator specialist, and I did accomplish that. We've already had Ms. Rabena and Ms. Dondero working on the improving federal and state reporting timeliness, and the documents that we require from the EEOC, the Equal Opportunity documents, 1095 relative to insurance, Affordable Care Act documents, as well as health insurance responsibility disclosures. Human Resources and the town manager have reviewed the existing performance evaluation tool as well as the forms, which in our opinion are not appropriate. So HR is evaluating not only other municipalities, but our form to create a professional development goals and merit-based tool going forward, which we plan to roll out within the next 6 months. One of the other expectations is we would do a comprehensive review of bylaws. Ms. Rabena has been taking that role on. She has been going through cover to cover our bylaws, and when she's done, the two of us will go through and submit an updated copy for the council to review. So we've been working on that one. One of the second goals I was given was communications, and the expectation there was the town manager to improve communications to public and increase civic engagement in town. And really that's centered around the new website, which rolled out in December, which featured translation capabilities. One of the expectations was we would address translation services. And within our new website, we do have the ability, there's a floating icon from Google Translation there that if somebody were to click on it, you can get it translated in any language that you prefer. HR, as well as the town clerk's office staff, has been assisting with translation services. So some of our key documents, especially around the town clerk's voting, and now HR is helping with other documents in town hall. We have several employees that are bilingual, so we're working on that. Upon arrival of our new IT director, we will hopefully connect up our push technology. Part of the reason going to the new website was the ability to connect the back end to social media sites so that we can resurrect our presence on Facebook as well as Twitter, and that whatever postings we're making to our website in terms of news flashes and calendar updates would be automatically pushed out to those other venues. As I alluded to earlier, what we're looking to do outreach to civic engagement is we're compiling lists of open and vacant positions on the boards and committees, which we will be listing, not only mentioning at announcements, but we'll feature those on the website and push those out as needed. There was 5 parts to the infrastructure and asset management goals that you wanted me to start looking at. The first was to develop strategy and implementation of alternatives to the current curbside collection program. This is ongoing. As you know, I have been meeting with Councilor Adams as well as our staff to discuss strategies. Part of that included reviewing the ballot and override procedures, looking at cost projections, working with Mr. Pelletier and Ms. Smith. We've made updated presentations to Town Council. As you know, you've adopted the notion that you'd like to continue with the curbside. So to that endeavor, because we could not put it on the ballot this year, I'll be working with staff to put together a reverse timeline and a curbside RFP for spring of 2023, so we'll have more accurate cost amounts so that we can put it on the ballot for next June. Infrastructure and asset management, the second one was to put together a storm water presentation. This is ongoing. I had been working with DPW staff and the planning department. We put together the bylaws which were passed in November, and I will work with the interim as well as the new DPW director to produce a formal plan. One of the things that I did think of when we were looking at the municipal vulnerability program, as you heard earlier this evening, was to use one of our action grants to do a stormwater master plan to help us identify how we would put that together. So that is still part of an ongoing goal that we're working on. Provide analysis of the Southbridge Town Facility Study. I have reviewed the studies that you've asked. We're going forward based on our work with the Ad Hoc Capital Planning Committee. I want to create a standing capital committee that I talked about, having members of the public. I would then work with them as well as the DPW director in the interim to produce a long-range plan that we can not only deal through the capital plan, through other funding sources, including the grants, working with Ms. Dean. We're currently working on the new fire station. We're waiting on the final drawings for the animal kennel, and that will be going out to bid. And we've been working on, as I said, several of the other facilities, which we've been addressing through the capital plan. So this is an ongoing goal. The study and analysis for the building and grounds maintenance, I've reviewed, again, this particular study, and I've talked to the receiver about it. It will be challenging while we're still in receivership to implement this. However, I have talked to Ms. Rabena. I asked her to put together a salary study and look at the integration of job functions between the school as well as the DPW side, what the responsibilities and how we would have to address collective bargaining issues. We have already started working in a collaborative effort with the new school operations manager, Ms. Miko. She had worked with us getting members of the school facilities to work on plowing. We were also looking at other shared opportunities. I spoke recently with Dr. Villar that we may be able to share some space between and reduce some costs as well. So that will be ongoing. With regard to the school facility study, again, I have reviewed this and I've discussed it with the receiver, and I've been in agreement with the receiver that the town should pursue an MSBA, which is the Mass School Building Authority funds, and I've supported his capital request for the facilities master plan, and I believe that we should be working with the receiver and to apply to get 80 cents on the dollar rather than trying to do some of these repairs out of the capital plan. So I will continue to work with the receiver going forward to help him with that master plan so that we can apply to get the best bang for the dollars on that. In addition to working on those goals that were signed in November, I just wanted to quickly go over some of the other activities that we do, or I am responsible for. This is entitled Management and Oversight. What many people may not know is on a regular basis, I am participating in a variety of management and oversight meetings. Weekly, I participate in the FAA runway project meetings where I meet with Stan Tech as well as Mass DOT and others to go over the project. During the time of Delta, we had regular COVID meetings on a weekly basis. Roughly bi-monthly, we meet with the Fire Station Building Committee. I meet bi-monthly with the school receiver to go over issues, including the goals that we have. I participate in a monthly meeting with managers and administrators. We try and meet monthly with our staff, and quarterly we meet with the Veterans District with the managers in the other towns. Also taking care of management and oversight. In the last few months, we've had to deal with paving issues on Clements Hill and Main Street, which has required me to meet with various people, including doing site views. I've also been responsible for trying to take Munis to task when we've had issues, as well as National Grid. And then I do conduct the IOD meetings, as you may know now, since we changed the bylaw. In the absence of the human resource manager and during the reorg, I was responsible for filling several of the positions. That required us to review dozens of resumes, interview anywhere from 4 to 6 candidates for first and second interviews to fill the HR director assistant position, as well as my executive assistant, my confidential clerk, the HR specialist, and the assessor. And I'll be doing the same right now with the DPW director, treasurer, and IT director. And those are all positions that we had to update the job description. So I worked on all those with Ms. Rabena. On the right side, you'll see that I was responsible for the HR reorg. We did a small reorg with the cable staff. And as well as my role in HR, I've been tasked with overseeing investigations that have had to happen in the last few months, as well as personnel hearings if there's been any disciplinary issues. I do attend the Maya meetings and attend policy review relative to our insurance and how we handle some of our employee services. And I'm working now with the fire chief on the assessment center review for upcoming lieutenant's position. As many of you may or may not know, I'm constantly working with our legislators, both state and federal. Last week I corresponded with Senator Warren and Senator Markey's office, as well as I was on the phone with Congressman Neal's office. And what we're routinely doing is talking to these individuals, including Senator Fatman and Representative Durant, about budget requests, ARPA 2.0 funding for the fire station, as well as any funding from the infrastructure bill. And I'm happy to say that last week, through our efforts, Senator Fatman did respond that he did put an amendment into the upcoming Senate version of the budget to get the town $66,000 back for one of our emergency repairs for asbestos abatement. So these are, valuable things that we do here on a day-to-day basis. I'm still tasked as the Chief Procurement Officer. In the last few months, I've been responsible for all the procurement relative to the fire station, including getting the owner's project manager. I've helped out with the cable department, getting a lot of new equipment. I've run the RFPs for the airport diner, as well as the electrical work and the appraiser and the environmental work that we've been doing around town. We've had several emergency procurements, which I'm still responsible for. We had a break in the reservoir water line. The library HVAC system went down. The asbestos removal over at the school offices at Cole Ave, as I mentioned, as well as we had a water main break at Dudley River Road, which required emergency procurement. In the absence of Mr. Canoyer in the last few months, my office has been the de facto IT. We've been coordinating with our managed service provider, that's GDS. I've been responsible for interfacing with them on any of our needs. We did perform a security assessment last year, trying to determine what we need to do upgrade, not only with our IT, but our security cameras and doors. I've been responsible for getting people trained for cybersecurity. As many of you know, we did have a cyber incident in the last few months that I was responsible for managing. And as previously alluded to, we put the website in place, but I am also responsible with my office and my assistant and the HR of management of content, training the employees, and I do sometimes day-to-day modification update of content. We've had numerous legal matters that have been going on since the last review. I've been working on land acquisition most recently for the fire station as well as the watershed. constantly in contact with the opioid litigation attorneys. I did send out an email this evening just letting you know that the Attorney General has announced some information relative to the settlements, so we should be hearing more from our attorneys in the coming weeks. We had several cases relative to Mr. Solinsky that I had to work with our town council on and apprising the board and providing information. We had a couple of cases that we dealt with the planning board. I was responsible for terminating the diner lease, and then we get various letters from time to time from different organizations trying to threatening legal action against the town that I'm responsible for vetting and then passing on to council if need be necessary. Participation, these are just other things that I think are important that you know that I participate in, much like the municipal vulnerability, not only the workshops, but behind the scenes. I've been involved with the ad hoc committees with capital planning and the ARPA funding, which you meet on a fairly regular basis. With Councilor Ryan, I participate in the monthly calls with the Worcester Regional Transportation Authority, and I do continue to participate in Joint Labor Management Committee meetings to keep abreast of what's going on in collective bargaining around the Commonwealth. Throughout the last 6 months, especially due to COVID, I was required to attend ongoing briefings from not only FEMA, but administrative and finance relative to the CARES Act and funding for COVID-related expenditures. The U.S. Treasury has had several briefings I've attended for ARPA. We attend the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission relative to stormwater. I attend National Grid briefings relative to storm preparedness as well as regional stormwater meetings. The White House, as of late, has had numerous briefings that we're invited to attend, and they're beneficial, so I sign up for those. And as you know from last week, the Massachusetts Municipal Association routinely has legislative COVID-19 and ARPA updates, which are very valuable to the town, and I had participated as well as all the Baker-Polito administration updates during the COVID, not only the COVID crisis initially, but the Delta resurgence. I'm required to go to training for not only my certifications, but as part of good governance and to bring back new ideas. I participate annually in the January MMA meeting. The Municipal Managers Association meeting was last week, as I mentioned, talking about working with employees post-COVID. I participate in the Human Resources Association meetings as well as the MIA trainings. They routinely offer training seminars. I traveled with Ms. Rabena and the fire chief to an injured on duty seminar, and they have health and wellness seminars that we participate in, and oftentimes we can get credit for those. And to maintain my MCPPO, I attend trainings and briefings with the Inspector General's office. We've had major contracts that I've helped either negotiate myself or participate with town council, including the fire station owner project manager contracts. I've been working on and off with Sturbridge on renewing our sewer IMA. It's been a little bit challenging because they've changed administrators. I started with Mr. Bridges, and then he left. They had an interim, Mr. Reed, who's just left, and they now have a new TA over there, so I assume we will pick that up shortly. I was on the phone today. We're starting negotiations on our electricity contracts. We're going to be sending out an RFP for that. I was with you a few months ago when we finalized our natural gas contract, and I'm happy to tell you that when we locked in, we've already saved almost 30% on the natural gas rates. If you're buying contracts now, they're 30% higher than when we locked in a couple months ago. I did put charter negotiations there, charter communications. Unfortunately, we started out doing well, but we have not had any real feedback in months from charter. And when I was at the MMA meeting the other day, I was talking with other communities, and they aren't having much better luck. Financial matters, as you know, I've worked on the FY23 budget as well as the capital plan and created the new capital plan format. That takes up the bulk of our time between January and late April and into early May. what has really taken up the bulk of my time, probably since January 1st, is ongoing collective bargaining. I have 4 open contracts, the IAFF, which is our fire, MassCop, our dispatch, SEIU, DPW, and MassCop, the police department. I'm meeting with 3 of the unions this week, and then I'm meeting again next week. We meet almost on an every other week basis. Each negotiation session can last several hours, and there's several hours of preparation that I meet. Today I met with the HR and the fire command staff for a couple hours to go over the proposals before we meet this week. So in any given week, collective bargaining can take up about 25% of the time. Again, this does not include the other meetings that we attend regularly. And lastly, I just want to close out. I do work a lot with Ms. Dean in economic development on behalf of the town. This is, again, an ongoing thing, but I try and make myself available to go out. We did a tour the other day at SHOT. We talked with Quinsigamond Community College. We had a meeting today, and I've met in the past with Worcester Business Development Corporation. I try to attend meetings like the Southbridge Business Partnership. I've spoken at the Lions, all on behalf of the town of Southbridge. I've been meeting regularly and having discussions with our marijuana retailers to ensure that they're moving along so that we can generate money for our pavement management. I do meet regularly in my office with prospective business leaders. We've been working on liquor licenses with Senator Fatman's office, and we spent a lot of time in these last few months on the rail trail. As you know, I work closely with Ms. Dean on the EDA grant application, and one of the most important things I think I did was work with Mass DOT to secure the $1.1 million in matching funding should we get the grant. So I just wanted to give you a quick overview as to what I've been up to for the last 8 to 9 months and where I was starting the goals that Councilor Jovan had presented last November. There's been a lot going on, and as I indicated, that not everything that's on those slides accurately represents what we do on a day-to-day basis with the staff here in Town Hall and the meetings and the other things we do, but we do get a lot done here, and I appreciate my staff and all the department heads that allow us to get all this done, and I think we do a good job, and I think I do try to meet all of your expectations and exceed them whenever possible, and do what's in the best interest in the community, for the community of Southbridge. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. It's certainly a comprehensive and extensive listing of what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, and I'm sure it's not totally inclusive. I'm sure there are other things as well that probably escaped you as you were putting this together. I'm wondering if it would be possible for you to send this presentation to the various members of the council,
sure,
and perhaps put it on the website.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Very good. Thank you so much. All right, item number 36, Council Sporm. Let's start to my immediate left today. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just also wanted to remind everybody to go out and vote on next Tuesday. Make your voices heard. We have 5 candidates running for 3 seats on council. I urge everyone to watch the forum. It was quite helpful for me to help make up my mind, and I'm sure it'll be helpful for you. Make your voices heard. The polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Lazo.
Couple of things. I too would like to tell everybody to go out and vote. It's your tax dollars. It's your government. You vote your conscience, and send the people up to the chamber that you feel can do that job. I'd just like to say send out a thank you to Councilor Adams, and I want to apologize. I did not attend the Memorial Day services, but I had to work, and I heard that you did a fantastic job, as usual, carrying the ball for Southbridge and its veterans. Job well done. Everybody was raving about it. Finally, I'd just like to say I was approached by the residents on Ellis Road and the pastor of the church on Ellis Road, and they would like to extend their thank you to Councilor Marchetti as chairman of DPW and your committee. The markings have finally been marked out for the elevations for Ellis Road to be resurfaced. It's only been 50 years, but the thanks and the shout out, nice job DPW and the group, the subcommittee that got that pushed across the finish line. I know we have another meeting, but I'm going to save my speech for Mr. Jovan at his last meeting, and so we got one more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Councilor Dow.
I'm all set this time. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Jovan.
Yeah, a couple things. One, unfortunately, I was not able to attend the Memorial Day Parade because I got called into the Paxton Police Department to cover their activities as a police officer for traffic control. So it was the first one I've missed. So thank you all that put that on, and I'm sure it was a great event and all the work that went into that. To the Southbridge High graduates, congratulations to them as well. Unfortunately, I was unable to make it again because of work commitments. I unfortunately had to go into Boston late in the afternoon on Friday, and traffic didn't get me home till after 7, so I missed graduation. So congratulations to all those graduates. Wish I could have been there. It did look like it was a great day through the social media and all that. And finally, to those that are running for town council, thank you for putting your name forward. This job takes a tremendous amount of commitment if you want to do it right. So to the voters out there, and I know it's late, to the voters out there, make sure you look at those that are running and the work that they're going to put into the council. As you can see, there's one seat that has been vacant for the last 3 months. No communication with other councilors outside of saying that he possibly had a job, and I don't begrudge that. You have a commitment. However, if you cannot fulfill your commitment, you should have made a decision for the voters of Southbridge if you can't fulfill that commitment. Instead of going on social media criticizing councilors that are here every day that are working hard for the voters. If you want to have a vote, don't criticize the councilors and the town manager that is here today working hard on behalf of our constituents. The good, fine words of Edward McCann, right, Scott? My constituents. We are here for our constituents. We are here in the dais working hard every day. If you want to know what's going on with the receiver and the school system and the presentation at council, should have been here to make sure that you were here. Or reached out to the councilors that participated in that and not throw your shots through social media. That's not the way you do good business. We as a council have worked very hard to try to fix what goes on. We're not perfect, I'm not perfect, but don't stand behind a keyboard to criticize those that are here. So those that are running for council, good luck. It takes a lot of work, it takes a commitment. So to the voters, research those that are running to see who's going to put that commitment in. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Steves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick points. First off, I do want to point out that I was also at graduation. Thank you. It's always nice to see the kids go into the world, and it seems like our classes, our graduating classes, are slowly growing in size, which is always a nice thing to see. The 2 points that I wanted to bring up was, as far as getting involved in things, at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the library is going to be hosting the Imagine 2050 visioning session, which the public can attend to get involved in trying to get some idea of what you want to see our town and our region look like in 2050, looking at environment, environment, economy, equity issues, a whole slew of different things. And you can go on the CMRPC website to fill out their survey about suggesting the various areas that would be your priorities. And the other thing I wanted to point out is on Thursday the 16th, I happen to be a member of the Dudley Grange, and we're doing our Strawberry Festival, which is a public event in Dudley beside Nichols. So if you're interested in that, come on down. And of course, the 14th is our election, as everybody's already stated, so make sure you please come out and vote. That's it.
Very good. Councilor Marquetti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I did attend the Memorial Day Parade, and it was an excellent showing. The weather cooperated, and I really appreciate Councilor Adams for conducting that parade every year. I just have a couple of things here in addition. In February, the Town Council voted to replace the town hall carpets, and I'd just like to know where that stands with the town manager. Also in January, we voted on a proposal to reevaluate the traffic signals downtown, reinstalling the left turn arrows on Main Street at the intersection of Elm and Central. The study was to be completed at no charge to the town. Since then, with the DPW director leaving, it seems the study has fallen off the radar, so I'd like to know where that study is at. I'd like to remind the residents that the Morris Street yard sale is this Saturday, June 11th, and don't forget to take a walk down Maria Avenue, as my wife and I will also be setting up this year. Any young family starting off should stop by, as we are selling a lot of useful items for the home. And finally, I would also like to say that next Tuesday, June 14th, is the town election at the Community Center at 153 Chestnut Street. I encourage everyone eligible to please exercise your right to vote, no matter who you vote for. The most important thing you can do is to vote. That's next Tuesday, June 14th, at the Community Center, 153 Chestnut Street in Southbridge. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Chair Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I just want to remind everybody, 78 years ago, a lot of men died on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, June 6, 1944, in remembrance of those men that perished, over 2,500 Americans, over 4,400 total of Allied forces perished that day on the beaches there. So I need to know our history, where we're at, and that caveats off the fact that we're able to sit here and have a vote on June 14th this year. So I wish all those that are running the best, and look forward to seeing how the results pan out that evening of. I also wanted to put in here a friend of mine and another Marine. They're both Marines, both retired sergeant majors, stepped off from the USS Constitution this morning at 08 after morning colors on their road trip from Boston area all the way to the good state of Oregon, almost 3,400 miles along Route 20. All the way there, they're going to be walking 20 to 25 miles per day to bring awareness to those 80,000 souls that are still buried on foreign land, or it cannot be found on foreign land. And what they call it is a history flight. And their purpose is to raise national awareness of the plight of more than 80,000 missing service members and their Gold Star families. And they I wished them the best of luck yesterday. Before they stepped off this morning at 08, they made it all the way to Sudbury, and they'll be passing up through Oxford and along Route 20. So if anybody in the residence see them walking, just two guys walking. One's got a backpack, and the other one's got I used to run with my daughters and on the carriers, but he's hooked that up to his backside, and they're walking all the way over there to Oregon to raise an awareness. So I wish them nothing but the best. Semper Fidelis to all of them who support them. And that's all I have today. Thank you for the kind words for Memorial Day. A lot of work still has to be done to make it better and better every single year, which that is our plan. Thank you for all the well wishes, and it took a big team to make that happen that date of. That's all I have for tonight. Next meeting will be Monday, June 27th, 2022, 7 p.m. here in the dais.
Very good. Item number 38, adjournment.
So moved.
All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Unanimous of all present. We are adjourned.